ENCS sound check one.
Good afternoon, councillors, staff, and guests. Welcome to the Emergency and Community Services Committee. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals and/or the media may also be audibly and/or visually recording this meeting. All electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during the committee meeting. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. And as has been my past practice, I will only time your questions. Quorum is now present. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
We do indeed. We're also having an issue with our doors in council chambers today. Chair Clark, we have the following, and council members, we have the following agenda items additions. Under communications, we have 5.3. Can you give me just one moment, please?
No problem. Our clerk is also a part-time exorcist. She can get rid of demons. Look at that. She's look at she's magic. See? But she's good.
Pardon the interruption. The changes to the agenda are under communications 5.3, Dawn Seymour, Executive Director, Wesley, respecting the Housing Alliance for Tiny Shelters, with a recommendation that it be received and referred to item 11.6, Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters site options and considerations. Item 5.4, Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities, respecting the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters. Item 5.5, Philip Shanks, respecting the Tiny Homes proposal. Item 5.6, Medora Upal, co-chair of the Women's Housing Planning Collaborative, respecting improved shelter crisis response and resourcing of the homeless sector. Item 5.7, Kim Martin, Executive Director, Social Planning and Research Council of Hamilton, respecting the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters proposal. 5.8, Graham Cubitt, Director, Projects and Development of Indwell, respecting the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters. Under item 6, delegation requests, we have the following additions. For delegations respecting tiny shelters and homelessness in the city of Hamilton, we have Graham Cubitt from Hamilton is Home, Marty Humanetz of Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, James Kemp, Brenda Duke, Sue Van Egdom of Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, Julia Kolak of the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, and Jean Fair. Under 6.3, we have Kayla Haggerty, respecting warming centers in the city of Hamilton. And these delegations, by the way, are for today's meeting. Item 6.4, Kevin Gauncey, Golden Horseshoe Track and Field Council, respecting the 2023 Participation Community Challenge for a future meeting. And 6.5, Marcy Nacklebean of HamSmart, respecting safe use in shelter and the need for a second consumption and treatment services site, which is also for a future meeting. I've been advised that the delegation from David Kipp, construction technology teacher of Westdale Secondary High School, has been withdrawn. Under item 8, staff presentations. 8.2, the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee annual presentation. Under item 9, consent items, the 9.3, the Seniors Advisory Committee minutes of December 2, 2022. Under discussion, we have item 11.7, Winter Response Strategy, HSC 23012. We have the addition of 11.8, which is the 2023 budget submission of the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee, HSC 22056, which has, if for those of you who looked at the original agenda, it has moved from staff presentations. And a report has been withdrawn from the discussion items, which is item 11.3, the proposal for drop-in services post-March 2023, HSC 23006. Staff have advised that this report will be coming back in March with a broader report on the subject matter. And those are the changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Clerk Kolar. That's, I think, a record list. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Any questions, comments on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go straight to the vote, and I believe it's already up. Yes, thank you, Carrie. Thank you, jinxed Councillor Jackson, Carrie. The gremlins in your computer just keep following you around. There we go. That vote carried 6-0. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to approval of the minutes from the previous meeting, December the 1st. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the September 22nd, 2022 meeting?
Through the chair, declarations of interest, please.
Oh, yeah. That was on the other page that I put over there. Is there any declaration of interest, colleagues? Seeing none, we'll go back to what I said before. Need a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the September 22nd meeting of 2022. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor A. Wilson. Any questions or comments on the minutes? Seeing none, I'll call the vote, please. And that vote carried 6-0. We're now moving on to communications. We have several communication items. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the items as presented? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Wang. Any comments or questions? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and I'll continue to try to click my microphone so I'm not putting my hand up all the time. Item 5.1, a resignation from the Seniors Advisory Committee. Last term, I served at the pleasure of council then with Councillor Nan, along with 19 wonderful volunteers on the Seniors Advisory Committee. And after having served her first term, Sarah Shalwani has written this, if I could just quickly read her resignation email to the chairperson, Penelope Petrie, and our project manager, Lisa Maychuk. Dear Lisa and Penelope, hope this email finds you both well. I'm sending you both an email to confirm my resignation from Seniors Advisory. It's been such a pleasure to serve on this committee alongside such passionate and informed members. I'm grateful for everything I've learned. I will be sure to keep in touch and send photos of the future little one when she arrives. I just want to thank Sarah Shalwani. She was a wonderful addition, brought a diverse and different background to the Seniors Advisory Committee. And as you know, Chair Clark, the Seniors Advisory Committee is a very active committee and has brought a host of recommendations to this body over the years with overwhelming approval from past and hopefully current council. So I just want to thank Sarah for her time on the committee. Thank you, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'm sure she'll appreciate your comments. Any further questions or comments on the communications section? Seeing none, we'll call the vote then, please. And the vote is up on my computer. And that carried 6-0. Thank you. We're now moving on to delegation requests in our agenda. 2 seconds to catch up there. So it's item 6.1. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegation requests as presented today? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. Any questions or comments about the delegation requests? I see none, so let's call the question, please. And that vote carried 6-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to delegations, which is item 7 on your agenda. We have several delegations today, so we'll hear the presentations from all of the delegates, and then we will vote to receive all of them together at the end. Our delegates are reminded that they have 5 minutes to speak, and you may receive questions from councillors here. I would remind our councillors that we're asking questions to clarify the position of the delegates rather than debating the delegates. I'll move on to the first delegation now, Madam Clerk.
Yes, through the chair. I've just had a note from our first delegate, Denise Davey, who is having some technical issues. So if we could move down the list, I'll get some information to Denise and hopefully she can join us in a few minutes.
Thank you. Just making a note. Our next delegate is a virtual delegation, Jeff Wilmer, A Better Tent City, Waterloo. Jeff, are you there?
I am.
How are you, sir?
Doing well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. You have 5 minutes, sir, when you're ready.
Thank you very much. So I'm here to speak in support of the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, the initiative that is before you today, and item coming up. My involvement is with A Better Tent City, Waterloo region. So A Better Tent City in Kitchener is a community we as an organization provide tiny homes for people who have been living homeless and unsheltered. We've been up and running for almost 3 years now, and we now have 50 residents living in 42 tiny homes, and we also have common facilities, so washrooms, showers, laundry, kitchen, and congregating area. So the 50 people who live at A Better Tent City, and incidentally, we have no more tents. Everybody is living in cabins now. They have really formed a community of support for each other. So it has really helped to stabilize their lives. So because of the success we've had in Kitchener, other communities are paying attention, and I think the HATS group is encouraged and inspired by what we're doing and looking to do something similar in Hamilton. So I would certainly encourage the City of Hamilton to support this initiative. No question that in Kitchener, we have benefited from the support of the municipalities. The City of Kitchener provides part of the land on which we sit now. We're on land that is, half of it is owned by the Public School Board, half of it is owned by the city. And the regional municipality of Waterloo is also a supporting partner. And interestingly, the region of Waterloo is now in the process of replicating their own version of A Better Tent City on municipally owned land. They will be establishing a community of 50 tiny homes, very much like ours, on land that the region owns. So that was one of our goals in the first place, to prove that this concept works and to encourage other communities to replicate it. Certainly the issues surrounding homelessness and the reasons why people find themselves homeless and unsheltered are very complex. And I think it's no surprise to any of us that there is no single solution for this. But that multiple different solutions will be helpful to people in different circumstances. So the 50 people that live at A Better Tent City in Kitchener are people who are really benefiting from this model. And I think there are many more in our community and likely in yours as well who would benefit from it. It's not perfect, but it is working, and it's relatively inexpensive to establish and to operate. And so yeah, we'd certainly encourage you to support the HATS group and their requests. It seems to me that the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters is well equipped to succeed. They're much better organized than we were in our early days, and I think also they have the benefit of learning from our experience. We've been figuring things out as we go. because there really wasn't a precedent for this in Canada when we got started 3 years ago. But now we have 3 years of experience, and that's very valuable for us and for others looking to do similar projects. So that's really it for my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilmer. I have two speakers that would like to ask you questions. Councillor Tammy Wang is first.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Thank you, Mr. Wilmer, for your presentation today. One of my questions is that there's a little bit of a marked difference, I think, between A Better Tent City and the Hamilton Alliance Tiny Shelters. One of the core principles of HATS is to look at it from a transition, to try and transition our the population in and out. What sort of experiences do you have at your location?
Mr. Wilmer, please.
Yeah, certainly it's a goal of ours to help people transition to supportive housing. But I think the reality we've found is that there are very few, if any, opportunities for people to move to supportive housing. We have had 2 people transition to a recently built apartment building that's operated by the Y locally, brand new construction, supporting single women experiencing homelessness. So 2 of our residents did transition from A Better Tent City to that building, but the opportunities are limited. And so what we're finding is that A Better Tent City may be a medium-term solution for people. And so we're not forcing people to leave if this is the best option for them.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. To you, Chair. I think that one of my challenges is the fact that the end result, which is to get affordable housing, is still not in place. And so one of my concerns is that we're looking at a very truncated timeline. We're looking at only from a pilot perspective. So I think that also plays into some of the challenges of finding a site.
Do you have a question?
To you, which is that I think that I would like to understand a little bit more about our homelessness strategy. I know we have a lot it's all in moving pieces. So my concern is that I'm not really sure how to land on a solution when there's no end in sight, I think.
I understand your question. Perhaps as we go through the meeting today, you'll get some help with that answers, but I'm not sure we actually have that final solution yet, but we will have questions to our staff later on.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Wilmer, did you have anything to add to Councillor's question?
No, I think my response stands as is.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Thank you, Chairman Clark. Through you to Mr. Wilmer. Thank you for presenting again, Mr. Wilmer. Just again, refresh my memory, please, on the geography of your Better Tent City location. As you know, that's what we've been struggling with here the last couple of years in our city. Just help me understand, please. Is it located in the heart of a business community in Kitchener? Is it on the outskirts? Is it adjacent to a neighborhood, playground, schools? Just give me some semblance again of the geography, please. Through you, Chairman Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmer.
Yes, so we are on our 3rd different site, actually. We have moved twice. The one we're on now, we consider it to be our medium-term home. It's working out very well for us. It is about a half-hour walk from the downtown. It is at the edge of a business park, so its immediate neighbors are office and industrial properties. And it's right next to Highway 7 and 8. So it's basically right next to an expressway on the lawn of the Public School Board's admin building. So our closest neighbor is an office, and the other neighboring properties are sort of medium to heavy industrial. There is a residential neighborhood about a 5-minute walk away, so it's not immediately proximate to us, and we feel that's preferable. We don't actually want to be close to a residential area, and we think that a business park or industrial area seems to suit our purposes quite well. All 3 of our locations have been in industrial or general industrial areas, and that seems to be the city's sweet spot as well.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, please.
Mr. Wilmer, thank you very much. That's very interesting. I'm making a note of that as to where all three sites were in Kitchener and where you've landed in a more, if you will, permanent, quasi-permanent nature at this time. Half-hour walk from downtown and in the business park area and 5 minutes from the nearest neighborhood. Appreciate your answer and response, Mr. Wilmer. Thanks, Chairman Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies for the wave. I was just explaining to clerks that my eScribe is not responding to the request to speak. Thank you. Thank you to the delegate for your attendance and obvious dedication to your community and those in needs. I would like, if I could, going back to some of the first principles raised by my colleagues so that I fully understand that which was set out perhaps in the genesis of your project in terms of deliverables and whether there was any deviation from where you landed. So you spoke through the chair about 50 residents were now at the site, and I think you stated that 2 had been housed. Was it part of the project charter that this experiment of community would be a place of transition, or it would be a community that has, and forgive me, I don't recall how long you've said that this has been, this particular one has been in place, but could you speak to the principles at the start and the deliverables of where you are now? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Wilmer, please.
Thank you. Certainly in the beginning and still, it was and is our intention to give people a safe place to sleep, a safe place to store their belongings, to help them stabilize their lives, to form a community and be in a position to be ready to move to supportive housing if and when that's available. So that has always been a principle of ours, and it continues to be. I think that the 2 elements of it that are more clear to us now than when we started 3 years ago. One, which is probably not surprising, is there's not a lot of new capacity in affordable housing or in supportive housing. Some is being built, but there's much more demand for it than there is supply of it. So that, I think we're going to have to be patient in moving people to supportive housing because there's not a lot more of it and there's not a lot of turnover within it. The second piece of it is that the residents of a Better Tent City, on the whole spectrum of people experiencing homelessness and being unsheltered, they are more towards the difficult end, the people who are very challenging. They have been restricted from using the shelter, or they're choosing not to use the shelter. And so this is a solution that seems to be working for them when no other solution was working. And what we realized is that it's mental illness and drug addiction, or a combination of them, that in our case, these are the primary reasons why these folks are homeless to start with. And so it may be that the population we serve, or the 50 people we've chosen to live at a Better Tent City, are different from populations that are served by similar projects in different communities, and that your rate of helping people transition may be quicker because the people are in a better position to transition. For us, I think what we've realized is that the complexities of mental illness and drug addiction are such that these folks are not immediately ready to move into supportive housing or to re-enter the workforce.
Supplemental, Councillor Wilson.
Mm-hmm. Thank you to the delegate for bringing that clarity to the table. So I do have another question, but I just want to make sure I understand what I heard. You started out by, the premise was this is going to be a place of transition to prepare people to a more permanent place of housing. The challenge became twofold. Again, I don't want to put words in the delegate's mouth, Chair. The challenge became twofold. One, there was no place for them to transition to. And secondly, perhaps you were stating the acuity and the substance needs of the individuals was such that they were either were not able to enter a shelter because of those practices, and or they preferred not to enter a shelter. Did I get that right through the chair?
Thank you. Mr. Woomer?
Yes, essentially that's a good summary of my perspective.
Thank you. Councillor?
My last question, Chair, is you stated that other tiny homes models, practices, they may not be, and this may be an unfair question, but I'm going to ask it, or the chair might rule it out. They may not have the kind of either acuity needs or let me backtrack for a minute on my question because I want to be sensitive with my language. Were you sensitive at all in your journey to, if you weren't going to provide a place of housing in the form of tiny shelters to people other than you serve right now, then those who are, and if you went to a model of people who had probably, given different characteristics, a higher probability of success to where they were going to transition to, did you grapple with, then you were, those who with the greatest acuity were always going to fall out of sight because they were more difficult to transition? Thank
It's a
you.
fair question. Mr. Woomer?
Yeah, so in our case, it's just the opposite. The people who are hardest to house are the people we're wanting to help.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 45 seconds.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions for Mr. Woomer? Seeing none, Mr. Woomer, thank you very much for appearing today. We do appreciate your insights.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Denise, are you there? I saw her pop up. I think her mic is on now.
Yeah. Can you see me though, or?
Not yet. There we go. Hey, Denise,
all right.
how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm so sorry. So sorry.
That's
I'm not
okay. No.
not really technologically proficient. So I had the link here, but it just wouldn't go through. So let me know when to start.
You're ready to start? We're ready to, it's 5 minutes starting now. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me. For those who don't know me on the committee, I know I've spoken to a few of you. My background is that I've been writing about homelessness really for about 30 years. Started out when I was a reporter at the Hamilton Spectator. And then about a year and a half ago, I wrote a book called Her Name Was Margaret that looked at the national homelessness crisis and how it began. My book centers around a homeless woman that I met at the Wesley Drop-In Center years ago. Margaret was 49 years old. I was able to access her medical files and found out that she had been diagnosed with schizophrenia at the age of 19. You didn't need to be a doctor to know that she was struggling with mental illness and many, many physical health problems as well. And I want to start by telling you her story because, as Jeff said, so many people that end up on our streets, it is due to mental illness. And that was certainly the case for her. And I want to provide some context to just how that has happened. So it turned out Margaret had been a patient at the Hamilton Psychiatric Hospital on and off for about 26 years. And when I met her, she'd been homeless for about 10 years. And she became homeless as a direct result of a policy called deinstitutionalization. So that was introduced in the 1960s. It involved the closure of tens of thousands of psychiatric hospital beds across Canada, all of which were made possible because they introduced these new medications, which was a very positive thing, but it did have this huge negative impact because Unfortunately, a part 2 of the plan, which was to open community mental health clinics and outreach workers and supportive housing, never happened to any degree at all to help people. So without the supports, people like Margaret failed to take their medication and spiraled downwards and ended up on the streets. And that failure actually began in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, these closures. But it created the homelessness epidemic that we actually see around us today, because the services that were supposed to have been set up in the 70s and 80s still have not materialized. And we see examples of the failure of that all around us. As Jeff said, the reasons behind why a person falls into homelessness are varied and they're complicated, but so many are burdened with a mental illness. There's an official estimate from Canadian Mental Health Association that around 70% of homeless have a mental health problem. Having spoken to many people and interviewed many homeless people, honestly, I'd say the number is closer to 90% in some capacity. And I always like to offer the comparison that really what happened with deinstitutionalization, it'd be similar to today if the government announced that they were going to close half the cancer treatment services. If they did fail to replace those with other supports, people would get sick and die. And there's actually no difference between what actually happened. Because people are getting sick and dying on our streets, and many, like I said, have a mental illness. And I do believe that all of this has been able to happen because people with mental illness are often have a lot more difficulty advocating for themselves. They've lost touch with their family, and they just are not able to step forward and contact their politicians and say something needs to be done. And so the much needed supports have never materialized. So I just think it's seriously important to understand the context of how today's homelessness crisis was created, because what that brings you to is the reality that homelessness is not a choice. People do not choose to live on our streets over shelters because they like living on sidewalks or in parks in the freezing cold. They do it because the services aren't there, and that includes housing. And because they fear the diseases, outbreaks, and assaults that happen inside many of the shelters has turned them away from that. So shelters are simply not a solution. I always say to people, imagine you're struggling with a mental illness like schizophrenia, and you've been assaulted in one of these shelters. You wouldn't likely want to go back ever, and that's exactly what happens. And so they choose the streets, if you want to use the word choose. But what I always say to people, homelessness is not a choice. It's the desperate act of someone who's run out of choices. And sadly, the same lack of supports that pushed Margaret onto the streets all those years ago still exists today. And it's why we have people like Dimitri, a fellow who literally lives in a pile of rubble on York Boulevard. There's also a woman named Connie I met who is living in a makeshift shelter on the side of the Bayfront Park Trail. And I did have a former city councillor tell me that, and here I just want to provide this example. Dimitri has been taken to the emergency ward several times and talks his way out of it.
Denise?
Which is just surprising.
Denise, can you hear me? Just hold for a second, please.
You want me to wrap up?
We have a point of order from Council Maureen Wilson.
Okay.
Thank you, Denise. I really appreciate your delegation, but I'm wondering, does this body, the delegates staying in this, but names are being identified, and is that in order, Chair?
It's not out of order with our procedural bylaws. Denise, do you have the authorization of these individuals to speak about them?
Well, I mean, I've asked Dimitri if I could write about him, and he said that's fine. I've actually been taking him food and clothing for well over a year, sometimes 3 or 4 times a week, and buying him food. So this isn't just a fellow on the side of the road. I've actually formed a relationship with him, and I have asked him if I can write about him.
Okay, so let's wrap up your presentation. You have
Sure.
1 minute left.
1 minute? Okay.
Yes.
I guess I'll just wrap up by saying, as you know, we're heading into another winter. I'm sure many of you feel the same way. Just fear for the safety and welfare of people like Dimitri. And my belief is that these tiny cabins really represent a practical solution in which we could save lives, because we have, as Jeff said, a successful working model of a place where it's actually worked. And it's so important to recognize human and economic costs of homelessness. And we can't just keep tearing down these encampments and moving people all over the place. So my goal was really to talk about the vulnerability of the people on our streets, and the reality of that it is not a choice. And just, if I can, to add some urgency to the situation before everybody. And I'm interested in taking any questions. Thank you for
Thank you
allowing
very
me to
much,
speak.
Denise. Councillors, does anyone have any questions of Denise? Seeing none, I do want to thank you for appearing today. I read your book. It was fascinating, and at the same time, it broke my heart. So I appreciate what you've been doing. Thank you very much, Denise.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for
Thanks.
appearing. Take care.
Thank you.
Councillors, our next speaker or delegate will be Graham Cubitt. Hamilton is home. It's an in-person delegation. Is Graham here? There he is. Councillor Wilson, we should check our procedural order bylaws to see if we have any rules about that. I know we're supposed to protect the identity of people, but I'm not sure what happens if we have someone coming in doing that. Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. It was one of those moments I didn't know whether to speak or not, because I didn't want Ms. Davey, who I know has formed a relationship, as have frankly many people in that particular neighborhood, including myself. But I also, in respecting, not that Denise wasn't, but in respecting the person as a human, we are all afforded a level of confidentiality, and in the absence of us giving permission to a body to disclose their name. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and we should probably take that to the governance committee at some point just to get some clarification. Thank you. Our clerk and our delegate are just conferring about IT situations. So are we set now, Madam Clerk? There, now your mic's on. Go ahead, Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just before I go very far forward, my name's Graham Cubitt. I wear a few different hats, and today I will wear two hats at committee. The hat I'm wearing right now is Director of Projects and Development with Indwell, speaking to Indwell's connection to and support for the HATS initiative. We know that the problem is very complicated. We've heard this already from Mr. Wilmer. We know all of the background of the reality of mental health and addiction impacting people who are homeless. And Indwell is fully dedicated to supporting long-term permanent housing solutions, and specifically through housing development. And we've had a number of conversations over the last year plus with HATS, speaking to the reality that sheds in a parking lot or wherever they're placed is not a long-term housing solution, but it might be a valid temporary option. What we really need as a city is permanent housing built and suited for people who are looking for supportive housing related to their health issues. That's a complex equation, we know that, but we have a demonstrated track record of coming alongside you as our civic leaders, health officials, and others who want to see those permanent solutions. And so Indwell's advice to HATS and work in support of HATS as an initiative or as a community mobilization effort is to say the exit strategy, which everyone knows that you need, we can help with, and we will remain committed to helping you as a city and HATS and anyone who's pursuing long-term solutions through the development of affordable and supportive housing. That's the summary of the letter that I believe is also attached to the agenda, and so just speaking to the reality that Indwell is here to assist you and our community on those long-term solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions for our guest? Councillor Wang, please. And then Councillor Wilson. Maureen. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and thank you, Graham, and for all the work that you do and the delegation today. One of my questions is that if Indwell is at the end of that spectrum, knowing that we have an affordable housing crisis, the wait list to get into affordable housing is like thousands of names, years long. Are you assuming that HATS will kind of like jump that system, or how do you expect that to come to fit and work?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Cubitt.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I won't speak to exactly how HATS will work within the system, but our recommendation has always been to work closely with the city, the by name priority list and other lists that are maintained by housing services, because without integration, we can't find the exit. And we can't keep filling up new temporary solutions without an exit strategy. Indwell has built all of our new housing integrated with the by name priority list. In fact, we've stopped maintaining our own waiting list so that we can work closely with the city's maintained list towards those solutions you're talking about. The list can't constantly go up, it has to come down, but it won't come down without building new supportive housing and without cooperation.
Councillor, please.
Okay. I will hold on my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Graham. Thank you to Councillor Wang for that question. I think one of the things that probably all of us could learn from Indwell is you're known for doing consultation really well when you're working in community, whether you're proposing a development proposal or any other community development aspect. I was wondering if you could share with this body some of the best practices or lessons you have learned from that experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cubitt, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the best practices that Indwell has adopted for the work that we do is to start communication early and to continue open communication with the community. I'm not saying any other organization does things differently, but that's how Indwell does it. And it's fundamentally key that we understand that the work of building supportive housing is within communities. Supportive housing is anchored within neighborhoods rather than, supportive housing is housing. It's residential, it's permanent, people have leases, and therefore it's within residential neighborhoods, and our tenants are neighbors. And so fundamentally, we start that relationship with the first conversation with the community because we can't set up our tenants for long-term ostracization from their neighbors. And in fact, we want to set up our tenants for contribution to their neighborhood. There are many specific actions or strategies that are best practice or good practice or effective. But I think I don't have time to go through a long list of that. But openness and transparency have been keys to Indwell's success in that.
Thank you, sir. Councillor?
Thank you, and early. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. And obviously, thanks to Graham for all of their work and his work and Indwell. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. I did enjoy the tour of Indwell with the two ministers. Hopefully, we'll see some more funding for supportive housing coming from the provincial government.
Well, we share that hope, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next delegate is Marty Eminetz, Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, and I might have destroyed your last name, so my apologies, sir. Minutes, thank you.
A number of hats, and I teach construction engineering at Mohawk College, and I had the pleasure of working with the students at Westdale High School in building a tiny structure. That was a journey in itself, but today I'm going to be talking from a street ministry perspective, and just for your information, permission has been granted for publication for the names and the stories that I'm about to tell, except for one name, which I've changed.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. So later this month, I'll be 70 years old. I'm not bragging or proud. I'm not tired either. But the reason I'm telling you this is because of something I remembered as a young boy growing up in the creek. Back in the early 60s, there was an unhoused middle-aged man who walked the streets of Hamilton. And my mother would point him out to us, my siblings and I. There's Benny, she'd say, there's Benny. My mom would pull the car over and she'd pull out a dime, give it to him so he could buy a sandwich, or sometimes a quarter so he could grab a pack of smokes. And I remember one day actually giving him my allowance. I gave him my dime. And we'd see him in the creek. And then maybe a week later over here at King and Ferguson. And he was a novelty in the city. Not at all like Dimitri. He was a novelty. Benny, he was a celebrity. And it's because he was the lone tenant of the Hamilton streets. And 2 years ago, I moved back to Hamilton, and I'll never forget what I saw coming off the 403 onto Main Street West. To the left of me, there was a scattering of tents in the dog park behind Fortino's, and on the several panhandlers on the corner of Dundurn. 3 people sitting on the curb beside shopping carts in the parking lot of the Money Mart. And by the time I reached James Street, I counted another 8 people just walking aimlessly, carrying their belongings with carts or broken bicycles along Main Street. I turned right on Holton Street to my sister's house and told my family what I saw. And I said, we have to do something. We have to do something now. 3 days later, my niece and I put food packages together. And within a month, we got Starbucks on board. We were handing out 60 packages 3 times a week, and some days that wasn't enough. One particular day, the tents on Victoria Street were our first stop. It was raining. We slipped on our hoodies, gathered the food from the trunk of the car, and walked to the first tent. Hello, is there anybody in there? Anybody like some food? Yes, please. Voices from within. We heard ruffling and the sound of a heavy zipper beneath layers of plastic tarps. 3 bodies filed out toward us. A young man, bright-eyed. We have Starbucks sandwiches, I offered, handing one to each. My name is Marty, I said, and can I ask your name, just in case I see again so I know your name? I'm Ryan. Ryan, Heather, Eric. This is my niece, Tiara. So good to meet you guys. Does anybody like sweets? We have some desserts here, too. Desserts, wow, yes, thank you so much, came the replies. Just a ton of gratitude, so much deeper than the words. Their expressions, it came from empty stomachs and eyes, hungry to be seen. Time and time again, we returned to the encampments. Sometimes we'd stay and chat, and sometimes we'd simply move on, but I remember every face. The sandwiches, they were the link between their hands and ours that sprouted a glimmer of hope and love from someone who cared to take the time to search them out and offer food. Eric soon felt comfortable enough to come forward and ask, "Could I have a sandwich for my wife? It's hard for her to walk. She has an infection on her hip." "Absolutely. Where is she?" "In the tent." Can I ask her name in case I meet her?" "Kat. Her name's Kat." As I handed another sandwich and cookie to Eric, Kat appeared from the opening of the tent. She was my height, but visibly half my weight. Her hair long and straight and unwashed. I looked at her eyes and I saw someone living in consuming pain. Her glare, it was impossible not to see the desperation that Eric and Kat shared. She gently lifted the side of her dress to expose her upper thigh. And there we saw a 3-inch laceration deep in the tendon, completely infected, oozing, with a large black and red circle surrounding it. "We'll be right back," I told her. "We're going to Shoppers for supplies. Go back inside and lay down." And we returned with some antiseptic bandages and Tylenol. I was just so happy that we had the sandwiches to take out that day so we could meet Kat. What would that infection have grown into without treatment? Would she have lost her leg? When we went back 2 days later, Kat walked toward us from where she was sitting in the sun, and we gave her food again. And I'm here today to tell you that after 60 years of the countless strangers I met in my youth, why I remember the celebrated Benny. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Humanitz. Any questions from the councillors? You took a great deal of effort in drafting that story, but sharing your experiences. Thank you very much for doing that and sharing that with us today. It was very moving. Thank you. Our next delegate, councillors, is James Kemp. It's a virtual delegation. Mr. Kemp, are you present?
I am, thank you.
We can't see. Hang on one second, James. We can't see. He's not on the screen back there behind you. No, it's on mine, but it's not on your screen. Technical issues, James. Hang on.
Give me a minute to, after that story, that was a little emotional.
Yes, it was, sir. It's not showing on our side TVs either. Well, the gremlin went from my computer to Councillor Wilson's computer, and now it's in yours.
Through the chair, I suggest that it looks like we're having an issue with the screen and the televisions in the council chambers. Our public view is correct, and your view is correct, so I'm going to call facilities while we continue our meeting.
Can you verify that we are broadcasting and it's going out?
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank
we
you
are
very
live streaming correctly. It's something with the internal.
Okay,
projector.
James, just so you know what's going on, you're visible on our computers through WebEx, but you're not on the giant screen. But we would suggest that you proceed with your presentation. We can all see you and hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your 5 minutes will start now.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Emergency Community Services Committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today. I come before you to speak about homelessness and the HATS initiative as a person with several disabilities and as a Hamiltonian that loves this city and wants it to be the best it can be for its people, no matter their income or ability, equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. My condition forced me to stop working several years ago and use ODSP to support my family. It was not my choice. Despite my struggles, I've raised 3 children and continue to find ways to contribute to this community through volunteer work when my condition allows me to. I mention all of this to highlight that even though I'm unable to work, I can still contribute to make Hamilton better, and so can all people with disabilities. We have value despite our need for accommodation. Over the past few years, I have studied many forms of housing available: social housing, RCFs, LTCs, shelters, home ownership, transitional housing, condominiums, co-ops, etc., in an effort to be able to inform council effectively. And I've discovered that they're all lacking in accommodations for persons with disabilities. When you think of accommodation, you usually consider things like automatic door openers, ramps, and braille signage, but these just scratch the surface on what is needed. Disabilities come in many forms, and each one needs to be addressed on its own terms, whether it be mental, developmental, social, physical, intellectual, sensory, and of most recent prominence, immunity, to ensure their inclusion in society. Housing programs and shelters need to be flexible enough to adapt to the individual needs, and they currently are not. Programs with outside-the-box or innovative ideas like the HATS initiative are crucial in the near future as they can be adapted on an individual basis. For example, I cannot lie down. I have not slept lying down in 15 years. I would need to be accommodated for that, and the shelter system currently cannot. The most recent statistical data says that people with disabilities represent over 20% of the population of Canada. And that percentage is even higher in Hamilton, yet we represent over 40% of those in deep poverty and over 40% of the homeless population. That number is continuing to rise as we are slowly being econo-evicted as a demographic due to rent increases vastly outpacing social assistance rates. Furthermore, landlords are reportedly refusing to rent to people on social assistance because of the same reason. Until the commodification of our housing system is addressed at a federal and provincial level, we are going to see more people with disabilities on the street, and the city needs to be ready to support increased needs of accommodation of those people who make homes for themselves wherever they can. I mentioned my personal history so that I can honestly say to you that despite my best efforts and the fact I'm in city housing building, I am in danger of a conviction as well. Our housing is more precarious than people realize. We're often one bad month away from the street. Shouldn't we be making sure that programs like the HATS initiative are ready as soon as possible? I believe programs like this should be set up all over the city as money and staffing becomes available. That way, when accessible housing is ready for them, they're ready to transition immediately into the more stable housing in their area that they're accustomed to. I want to conclude my delegation by thanking the Roundtable for Poverty Reduction and all others involved for their tireless efforts to improve conditions for the most vulnerable. Thank you so much for your perseverance and passion. You're an example to us all. I also want to thank this committee not only for your time and attention today, but also for keeping an open mind on new possibilities and for having the courage to try new ideas in order to address difficult issues head on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. Councilors, do you have questions for our delegate? Seeing none, we have no questions for you. We do thank you sincerely for your presentation. It is most helpful. Okay, councilors, we are now moving on to our next delegate. It is an in-person delegate, David Kipp, construction technology teacher, Westdale Secondary High School. David here? Nope. Go ahead,
I
Councillor.
believe at the beginning, Elsie Bates read out that that was a change to the amendment and was withdrawn.
Thank you. May not have been captured.
I'm going off memory, so I could be wrong, but I believe that was the case.
Thank you for that. So then, if that's the case, we would be going to Brenda Duke for an in-person delegation. And to confirm, Clerk Kolar, David Kipp was removed?
Yes, David contacted me late yesterday that he was withdrawing his delegation for today.
Thank you. That was my error. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Go ahead, Brenda.
Again, to speak regarding the tiny shelters. Contrary to comments and slander on social media, I am not against the HATS program. What I want to see is I want to see it succeed in a suitable location and work with the community. So there's no denying that homelessness is a serious problem that exists and is growing daily. I compare it to a bottomless well. It keeps filling up with more and more people, and it can't ever be emptied because for each one that we take out, another one is added. And we all know the various reasons that cause homelessness. Since mass homelessness emerged in the mid-1980s, we have largely used emergency services to respond to people's immediate needs. There are various programs and policies that target the issue of homelessness or help those that are. There are also countless groups similar to HATS that advocate and work with the homeless to address the causes with wraparound support, food and clothing for the chronic and newly homeless citizens in our city. While we will always need emergency services to help those in crisis, over time, short-term responses have become the standard method of managing homelessness. We need all kinds of housing, and we need to be creative and responsive to unique needs. For those who attended or viewed the presentation on housing affordability, the solutions are there and are ready to be implemented by organizations like Indwell and Kiwanis Homes. At the root of the problem is poverty. I think that many of us know or know of single parents or families that struggle to remain housed. They may be on social assistance, disability, or may be underemployed in minimum wage jobs. These people juggle their finances monthly to pay their utilities, rent, and feed their families. One extra small expense, like a car repair or a school trip, can make all of those balls fall and something gets left behind. And usually it's rent. People rob Peter to pay Paul. That was a very popular saying when I was younger. And Peter is the landlord. And once he gets tired of being robbed, he fights back with an eviction notice. There's an increased number of families becoming homeless after long-term housing stability. And we heard cases of and samples of that in the housing affordability presentation that we attended. Preventative frameworks are designed to salvage existing tenancy and are promising in stopping homelessness before it begins. And the initiatives range from mediation on behalf of the tenant, education on tenant rights, arrears, food, and travel expenses, and they work with individuals and their specific needs. These services are accessed mainly through Google searches or referral networks, but are not widely known. In order to work toward proactive housing solutions, we need to remember that the crisis affects all areas of our city, and they cannot be concentrated in one area. We need to remember that each of these solutions serve a purpose, and funds are need to be fairly and equally distributed among the supports. To paraphrase Brian Sibley, Executive Director of East Kiwanis Home, we need to break down the silos and avoid resorting to competition for limited funds. It's a waste of resources and can create animosity. Focus on prioritizing allocation of funding dollars. Graham Cubitt from Indwell provides us with some optimism when he states hopeful and productive action is possible. I'd like to thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
That was just short of 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Better.
Okay, any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much. Sorry, Councilor Maureen Wilson.
Oh, thank you, thank you, Chair Clark. I just wanted to say to Brenda, I recall your delegation, and I don't know what was said on social media, Chair Clark, but you were asking questions as it was your right to do. And I know this is a subject you've had an interest in for a while, and I did see you at the First Unitarian Church, but wasn't able to grab your attention. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. You can take your seat now, please.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Based on my road map, LC Kolar, it would be Brenda Duke next. That was Brenda Duke.
And my apologies, Ms.
That's okay. I've got
Chair
names
Clark.
written all over the place here.
Yeah, and I do as well. So that was Brenda Duke. Up next will be Sue Van Enkdom.
Thank you very much. Julia's been moved to the end, and then Graham Cubitt after Julia, and my notes are looking like a maze now. Sue? Hi, how are you? Can we turn the mic on for Sue? There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, you have 5 minutes now.
I'm Sue Van Egden, and I'm a community volunteer. One of the places I volunteer is Christ Cathedral Warming Center, otherwise known as Cathedral Cafe. The demographic we serve is largely those living rough or those that cannot cover the expense of both food and shelter. The cafe serves individuals warm drinks, snacks, and provides clothing and other supplies, as well as info on the various services available within the city. The center is a warm, safe space with friendly conversation. While some of our friends are one-timers, many come back week after week, and we slowly begin to understand different parts of their stories and gather a brief snapshot into how they ended up on the streets. Today, I'd like to share some of their stories with you in the hopes that it shines some light on the human side of the homeless issue. I have changed the names of the individuals to protect their privacy. Thomas. Thomas has been attending the Warming Center since it opened. He comes almost every day we are open and stays for the entire time. Over the past year, I've learned that he has lived on the streets of Hamilton for the past 10 years. His days consist of planning where to find his next warm meal and how to get to that destination. Thomas grew up as an only child and was a very energetic boy. His parents and teachers didn't know how to handle his energy, so he was sent away to an all-boys school. Over the many years that he spent in this home, he was both physically and mentally abused. These experiences have not only stuck with him, but formed his responses to stressful situations. Thomas often becomes fixated on things we would consider very trivial, and he doesn't do well if his schedule is altered or changed in any way. He is very easily agitated, and even though he is now in his 60s, he responds to many situations just as a young child would. Even though things have been very difficult for Thomas, I would consider him one of the luckier ones. He was just recently granted housing. Stacy. I only had the chance to meet Stacy once, and as far as we know, she has not returned to the Warming Center, but her story is the one that haunts me the most. Stacy came into the center on a chilly spring day and was not at all dressed for the weather. Stacy was very obviously under the influence of alcohol, as well as possibly under the control of the young man that brought her in that day. Stacy proceeded to tell me a little bit about her life. She was abused as a very young girl by a family member, which continued for many, many years. As a teenager, she turned to the streets as she thought this would be a safer place for her. Soon enough, she realized that the same violence, abuse, and fears were waiting for her on those streets too. She turned to alcohol as a way to drown out the demons she carried with her every day. She explained to me that she had 2 young children that she would never see, and her life felt completely worthless. After giving her some warm clothes and some snacks, a warm tea and a hug, her partner decided she had spent enough time with us that day. David and Mark. David is a young man that would come in very regularly, but we would never know which personality we would be serving. One time he'd be passive and agreeable, while the next time agitated and aggressive. Mark, on the other hand, is always gentle, soft-spoken, and kind, but usually is holding a conversation under his breath or over his shoulder with someone that isn't present. And lastly, Alan. Alan was injured on the job and prescribed narcotics for pain. This led to his addiction and his difficulties in his home life, as well as the loss of his income due to his inability to work. Eventually, he ended up on the streets. His desire is to return to a stable home life and hold a functioning role in society, but it finds it difficult to focus on these things when most of his day is consumed with trying to find warmth, his next meal, and a secure place to sleep for the night. These are just a few of the stories we hear at the center, but there are so many more. Over the past year, the center has served coffee and snacks to 1,267 individuals, and through the colder months, our team will serve approximately 30 people in a 2-hour shift. This is just a small glimpse into the issue of homelessness in our city, but it is my hope that as we have our eyes open to the problem, we will be moved into action just as my family has been. We strongly believe in the work that HATS is doing and their philosophy of providing shelter first. We believe that once housed, the individual can then be resourced with healthcare, mental health supports, daily purpose, and belonging. So much of their time would be given back to them, as they wouldn't need to be planning where to get their next meal from or line up in the hopes that once it is their turn, a bed will still be available for them for the night. Or for someone like Stacy, that they have even less of a chance of finding a bed, as spots are even more limited for women. Job training and interview prep could be provided to ready someone for a brand new opportunity. Each of the individuals mentioned above would benefit from the HATS initiative. Some would quickly succeed and find their footing, and others would perhaps take a bit more time to recover and rest from the trauma of living on the streets, as well as the trauma that has been their lives. It is my hope.
Can you wrap it up now?
My last paragraph, thank you.
Thank you, no problem.
It is my hope that we as a city build a community where no one is left behind, where we show love and compassion to everyone from the youngest to the oldest. It's my hope that our care is felt by those who can advocate for themselves as well as those who cannot. I want to live in a community that cares for all of its people. And I truly believe that HATS is taking steps forward in showing those that are most marginalized what it really means to be part of a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our guest? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
It was very moving. Julia Culloch, Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters. It's the three amigos.
Yeah, we're back.
For those that sitting at home, we're just dealing with some IT troubles. The gremlins seem to be walking from computer to computer. Yay, it's working. Elsie Kolar is a genius. So, Ms. Culloch, would you like to start by introducing your associates?
We're here today. We've got the board members of Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, from the Poverty Roundtable, Dan Bedness, and myself, Julia Culloch. We've been here a few times, so nice to see you all again. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. One thing I want to start with is to tell you that we have an amazing team here. It includes people with lived experience as an advisory group. And here you have a team of professionals who are lending their time. We've been doing this for a year. It includes frontline, people in the front line, Jen Bonner, Executive Director of the Hub, Cheryl Green from the Indigenous Center, Don Seymour from Wesley. And we have been meeting for a year every week. So I just wanted to let you know that we are dedicated. You've heard the stories here. We're in a crisis and we want to get something done. I'm going to pass you on to our next board member to speak.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. Yes, as depicted by the delegates before us, we definitely have an emergency on our hands, and to do nothing is not an option. We just don't feel it is. Accordingly, the staff put out an excellent report. They worked very diligently on this, and it leads us to one of the first recommendations from our perspective, which is to immediately have staff help us establish a site, one of 3 that are suggested within the report. Not sure if everyone went through the report, but I'll cover that off very quickly. The other 2 recommendations I just wanted to summarize was that staff was to review additional city-owned sites, and that we would then see the next top 3 sites that would be candidates. Within the report, it outlined 27 technical considerations such as zoning, proximity to the city core, et cetera. And they're broken down into 9 for planning and development considerations, 7 locational, operational, and then general. What wasn't in the report appropriately now comes to your table. We look to you. We're seeking your political will, your acceptance of what we're going to recommend today. All considerations are not weighted the same, but definitely item 2 is the key. Staff report results, looking at only those technical considerations, but 27 of them, indicated there were 3 acceptable sites for the near term, for immediate implementation. We got Cathedral Park sitting in Ward 1, Lloyd Street, Ward 3, Tiffany Barton, Ward 2. We, staff, had indicated that Scout House would not be on the table at this time, and we agree it requires further assessment. We can get into the details of that, but accessibility is one of the issues, and it can be dealt with. There's solutions. So the first one we have is Cathedral Park. We view this as an immediate implementation. So what you see on the left-hand side are a list of some of the considerations that brought Cathedral Park, let it bubble to the top. And each of the next 2 sites are very similar in nature, so I wasn't going to go through, given the time, 5 minutes, go through each of these items, but they're there for your reference. And this is a view of the location. Now, I'm not sure theirs was the missing slide. This is a topographic view of the slide, and it's near Main Street. Most of you probably know where Cathedral Park is, in Highway 8, 403, and the Fortinos is nearby. It's not all that close to residential, but it is somewhat secluded, and we feel very suitable, and as does the staff. We have Lloyd Street next in Ward 3, and it, some of you may recall it being referenced as the Dominion Glass site. So it's an offshoot of the Dominion Glass. It's at Gage and Barton, basically. You just go a little more north on Gage and you make a left-hand turn, and this is what you see. Now, all of those resident units, except for one, are really not occupied. So it's not all that close to residential buildup. Tiffany Barton is probably one we prefer out of the 3. And it's almost the shape of a letter P on the side. And what we like about this is it's very much in an industrial-like setting, as are the other 2 for that matter. Very similar to what Kitchener is like. I've been to Kitchener over 6-7 times now, and these 3 sites are very similar, I would argue, but more so the Tiffany Barton. And what's nice about it is paved, and the drainage is good. And there are the railway sections near Stewart Street is where the railway is. There's only 2 residences on Tiffany Street. And on Caroline, there's another block of land. That's what I thought. So I'm handing it over to Tom.
I'll wrap up and thank you, councillors. So our proposed motions today, respectfully, number 1, as a response to the homelessness crisis, city staff to work with HATS, us, to support the immediate implementation of the Tiffany Barton lands, Cathedral Park, or Lloyd Street site with community outreach in consultation with the local councillors. And number 2, allocate $100,000 in the city's 23-24 budget for HATS towards a 2023 site implementation. And that is our presentation. We look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions of our guests? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
You, excuse me. Thank you for your obvious commitment to this project and community. And I don't think you'll find anyone on this council who would suggest that we're not in a crisis, I think. But that has been a long term coming and it has a long way out. I'm sorry, but I just need some clarification on some of this, the parts of the delegation. So pardon my confusion. Could you just confirm that you're saying you've narrowed it down to 3 and that you've identified the 3 and you stated you have a preferred site of those 3 through the chair?
Thank you, Councillor.
That is correct. There are 3 that the staff have identified with us that are candidates for immediate implementation. And if we look at the 3, we think the Tiffany Barton, it's hard to rank them. They're very close to one another, but if you had to tip the scale, Tiffany Barton, I would suggest, would work fine. Either site, any of the sites, I should say, will work just fine.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you could, don't think there's any numbers on the slide, so forgive me. I haven't seen this. So the slide that preceded the map, when you reviewed, for example, Cathedral Park. I haven't seen it, so I'd like to see the.
Which one? The slide before Cathedral Park, was this the one?
No, beg your pardon. The one, it would be after the map, it looked like. Yep. Oh,
with that?
You're really quick.
That's Lloyd?
Yeah.
The one before it? That one. Is this the one you're
yes.
referring to? So.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I didn't.
Most welcome.
I haven't seen them, so. And just so I'm understanding a few things operationally, what is the proposal to deal with whatever site, if there is a site selection and this moves forward, what is the proposal to do with individuals who may already be on the site and encamped?
Q, do you understand the question?
Through the chair, beg your pardon.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So just so I'm answering the right question, there's no one living on that site right now.
No,
but you're talking generally.
No, my apologies. So Cathedral Park, for example, there are already encampments in and around the area. So what is the operational plan for encampments that are there presently?
How do you deal with any encampments that are on a site that is on your list and you proceed on that site?
That's a very good question.
She
What
has
is
a tendency of asking them.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I asked the city, what do you do about people encamping? Because we're not there yet. So what happens?
Councillor?
Well, we weren't able to get into the report yesterday because of the length of the GIC agenda, Chair Clark.
I remember.
I think we were advised that in some instances, the city takes a soft approach, particularly if they're not adjacent to residential, but I'm not an operational. So I guess I'm looking for some response from HATS on not displacing people who are already displaced.
I'll say one thing and then I'll pass it to Tom. Let's just step back for a second and talk about intake generally. We have been approached, we have about 10 emails from people who are currently sleeping on the street, and they beg us to give us a cabin. And our response to them is, we're putting you on our list and you will be considered. We have a selection criteria process. We have the intake process includes consultation with frontline providers who include RIST, that's the Rapid Intervention Support Team, HRIC, Hamilton Regional Indian Center, Interval House, YMCA, YWCA, Wesley, John Howard Society, St. Joseph Hospital, CAMH, and paramedics. Includes also the Hub and the Shelter Health Network. So we have an advisory team that will look at prospective residents, and there's a process. The eligibility is that they are unhoused, not currently living in one of the city's shelters, a proven inability to access the traditional shelter system. So to your point, Councillor Wilson, it would be people who are in encampments, and one-on-one meeting with partnering support services to discuss and assess their suitability. So we have policies in place. So I imagine if somebody is living in a tent and they want to join our program, we will consider them for sure. Yeah. But I'm going to pass to Tom, who I think wanted to add something there, if I may. That's okay, Mr.
Cooper?
Yeah, thanks, Julia, and thank you, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. And certainly our first step would be to engage with those individuals who are currently living unhoused on those sites to determine, as Julia mentioned, whether they could potentially be candidates for residents of the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelter community. But as Julia mentioned, we're going to be working with frontline services, the Hub, Hamilton Regional Indian Center, Wesley Center, and really try to ensure that the needs of individuals who are currently living in encampments at potential sites are certainly met. And we will work with the city and those individuals to ensure a humane, human rights-based approach to ensuring that we can find an acceptable solution. So we don't have all the answers, unfortunately, right now. And even through, we heard Jeff Wilmer's experience at Better Tent City in Kitchener. They were learning as they go. We will likely learn as we go as well. But we will certainly do it through a human rights lens.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds for your supplemental.
Thank you. I think respectfully, the question I asked, I'll have to pose it to staff because displacing one community for another, I don't think is your objective. And it certainly would not be mine. And that would pertain to any of the sites So I'm still not clear on the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Go
if
ahead,
I-
Councillor.
Sorry, Chair, do I have more time?
You have
or-
1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. I think there was reference made, if you could just review for my benefit, when the chap who was here from Kitchener-Waterloo mentioned that there were 50 persons in that site, which he was referencing. Could you, just for the public record, state, he was saying that they are the most hard to house in terms of transitioning, and that over the course of that model, he was saying 2 of 50 had been transitioned. Is one of the deliverables of this?
Lovely tune, but you could turn it off. Thank you.
One of our objectives? Yes, to transition through. First of all, I want to clarify, we're not looking at 50 tiny homes at this time. We are looking at the optimum size from an operational perspective and from a piloting perspective to put in 10 plus 5 plus 5 for a total of 20. And what we're doing is we have a whole selection criteria, as was indicated by Julia, whereby we're looking at the low end of the acuity level to ensure, number one, we have success. Number two, to Tom's point and Jeff Wilmer's point, that we work out any operational bugs that may occur. As with any pilot in any industry, the pilot is there for refinement, and that's what we're going to do.
Thank you. I'm just seeking clarification on, are these deliverables? So if you're stating that rehousing is going to be one of your measures of success, do we have an amount? Do we have, and second question is, what is your anticipated length of stay at any of the potential sites? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. With Housing First, you meet people where they are. Our first goal is to provide somewhere warm and safe and for them to heal. If you speak to supported housing providers like Inwell or Kiwanis, they will tell you that taking someone straight from the street into community living in an apartment, even if it's supported, is challenging for the person and challenging for the staff. They love our program because it's an intermediate step, getting people used to having their own space, living with other people, having stability, and it helps them transition. I think you're going to be hearing from Graham with his other hat on their plans. Really, we know that in 3 years, the city's goal is to eliminate homelessness. We've set our program up for 3 years. And our goal is really to make sure that we help you. We're here to help you achieve that.
So sorry, Chair, I think I'm out of time. If I could go back on the speaker's list, I'm just seeking clarity on my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll put Councillor Wilson on for a second time. We're going to make a switch up in the list. Councillor Wayne, you've agreed to go last. Councillor Alex Wilson would be going next, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, thank you so much for the presentation. Really appreciate not just coming here today, but the past times you've come out and the work you've been doing over this time. And I just am trying, and these questions are just to reconcile some of the work that this group has been doing and some of what we heard from other folks who've also been engaged as community members on the front lines, because I think there's some things that we're hearing that are the same, and there's some things that we're hearing that are different. And of course, we're dealing with a community that's not monolithic. We're going to hear different things. So that makes sense to me, but I'd like to, these questions are seeking to just kind of further understand some of that. One of the things I heard yesterday at General Issues Committee was folks who were engaged in support often felt like the promise of housing, full-time housing at the end of the journey, didn't actually help folks when that promise wasn't true, when there was no housing to provide. What we heard from an earlier presenter today in the Kitchener Better Tent City model is that unless we build housing, it's not there. We heard from Indwell earlier that we're going based off the city's prioritization list. We know there's thousands of folks on that list. We need to do that work, and that's work this council, I think, is ready to take on. Just to build into the quick question here is, what does that mean, and how have you considered that in this HATS approach when you're communicating with folks about this being a transitional program? How are we not making a promise we can't fulfill, or that's beyond that? How does that balance play out? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a good question too. I think at this stage, the hardest part is people ask us for a cabin and we can't promise them that. That's the simple answer. That's in the short term. That's where we're at.
Councillor.
And it's heartbreaking, I have to say.
Thank you. And yeah, yesterday we did receive a report. Some of that came from folks who were providing harm reduction services. Some of that information came, I believe, through a survey of individuals who are unhoused or living houseless in our community. One of the needs identified was sanctioned encampments or dedicated space. HATS, as proposed, does fill that need. I guess my question is, regarding some of those other needs identified with respect to harm reduction and some of those other community needs that we were hearing, we've heard this before and kind of heard some answers. I guess my question is, how will HATS be on an ongoing basis evaluating substance use on site, making recommendations, what kind of mindset ethic is planned to operate in, and how will you know that it's evidence-based?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, could you just repeat the last part of that question?
Yeah, so when it comes to substance use policies at the HATS site, what mindsets, ethics, frameworks are kind of guiding those policies? Who is writing the policy? Is it the HATS team? Is it folks living at the site? Yeah, and some thoughts as to those considerations. Thank you.
Julia.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So harm reduction is one of the policies that we have drafted with the Hub and with Wesley. They have policies as well. And the idea is, we've got a slide for it.
We got a slide.
Yeah.
We anticipated the question.
There we are. That one. There we go. So there's various ways to approach this, and we really rely on the professionals who are working with people to help with harm reduction.
Thank you. Sorry, just trying to review some of the information in the slide. I think my final question at this juncture, just regarding some of the approaches, and I think one of the things we've heard through lots of the delegations today, one of the things I've reflected on is sometimes I heard a charity-based approach. Do you see that as in conflict with a client-centered, non-judgmental approach that's listed on this slide? Or could you talk through, like, what are some of the guiding principles of this organization and how you're coming together? Why is this work being done, and what are you hoping to achieve, and how does that influence your policies?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think you're asking our approach to harm reduction?
Approach to the site generally. If I can, with the chair, provide an example. So for example, is the goal to end houselessness? Is the goal to make things better? I'm not trying to feed an answer. I'm honestly just trying to hear, like, what is the goal from the perspective of the group, and what are some of the considerations as to how that goal impacts operational policies?
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair. We actually submitted, and it might have been before your time, a report that outlined our considerations of success. How do we measure success? And there's a whole list there. I'm going from memory. I think if you try and imagine you're in that situation, you you have mental health issues, you have addiction issues, and you have nowhere to go. Look outside, it's cold, it's wet. Your main priorities and what we measure as success is getting people warm, safe, and healing, whatever that means for them. So it is client-centered. That's the whole point. It's not for me to say, or any of us to say, this is the path you're going to take. It really is very dependent on the person themselves. But in terms of, yes.
May I?
Yeah, I've got someone else who's going to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to may just take the moment to
Speak a little louder when you...
If I may just take a moment just to get to the right slide here. This is jumping all over the place. Have it in a moment and get you an answer. Councillor Wilson. This here slide. Our objective is to take someone out of the survival mode, move them through, give them the stability and all of the supports to transition them so that they can develop life skills, so they which are coping skills to allow them to enter into a more stable environment presented by supportive housing, affordable housing. That's really what we're trying to do. If you take this diagram and you see where it says unhoused and temporary housed options, the reason there's multiple there at the options, one of those is a shelter. So guess what happens? On a daily basis or maximum 30 days, you move from unhoused and you cycle through to the shelter and right back to the unhoused. Our objective is to move from unhoused, get into temporary, give them the stability, support, develop those life skills so they can move on. And we would have caseworkers on daily on site. They will know each individual and be able to tailor to each individual when they can transition out. So no one's going to, putting a year or a 2 year on it is not correct. We have to do it individual by individual. Does that make sense?
Councillor, you have 1 minute, 35 seconds.
I think that does make sense. Just, yeah, the question was, what are kind of some of the ethics or frameworks and how does that influence your policy? I think I did hear that from that answer. So thank you so much. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate it. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Hi, trying to get to my question as quick as possible with your indulgence, but there's a couple layers before question time to express. One, sorry to say this, but Councillor Wilson and I have to briefly leave the meeting at 3:30 to go to another meeting quickly and then come back. So I'm just letting you know that, so you can expect when we leave. It's not because for any other reason but that. Layer number two, and hey, like, I'm like as infallible as everyone else is. I totally could have missed this email. And I totally could have missed this, just the nuance in it. But it's a complete surprise to me in this moment that the preferred site is on the Barton Tiffany lands. So I just want to just announce that that's a complete surprise to me in this moment and that no one has told me directly that one sentence. I've searched high and low for the sentence. I don't see it anywhere to me. So just saying that so you understand the context for kind of how my questions will come up, why I'm asking the questions I'm asking. Those are some real lands. Like I'm not opposing it. And I said this to you privately, and I'll say it again publicly. I will not oppose this on a political basis. There'll be no, reason why I'll oppose this project on a political basis. I do have some questions though for you. When I say this is a real piece of land, I mean not only is it a long-standing site for remediation, a long-standing subject of so much litigation. But it's abutting the the shunting lands that are the subject of litigation. It's abutting the Aeon Film Studio project, which is happening there. And I understand your point about those two houses on Tiffany. And by the way, I've been on foot in that neighborhood a ton. Mm-hmm. And I can tell you that this is not a non-residential neighborhood. This is a super residential neighborhood. Everyone who lives all along Bay Street and everybody who lives along the other properties around the area in the central neighborhood are certainly people that are there and are very adjacent to this land. And there have been for a long time too, I'll just say, a group of houses here, if you imagine along Barton, that have been the subject of a number of situations. And those people also will definitely have thoughts about this. Almost at the question, I promise. In a previous...
You're at 2.5 minutes.
In a previous mental iteration, I kind of expected this would be a different place, like maybe SJAM and Scout House and some other kind of combination would happen. And I was like, cool, like people have been consulted in that area. There's been consultation, like to have conversations with them. So they're like prepared, aware, understand, have a chance to give any feedback they want. Supportive feedback, non-supportive feedback, whatever they want to say. What consultation have you done with the people in this neighborhood? That's my question. And the various parties I talked about, if any.
Julia.
Through you, Mr. Chair. There was Christmas and the holidays. We did actually reach out and we wanted to do a site visit. And I know the timing was not great. We wanted, I think the response might have been that we needed the staff to come with us. So no blame attached anywhere, but I understand the difficulties of communicating at that time. And thank you for bringing up those points. I know you have a very short amount of time. We don't start a consultation until we have a site. I don't think there's any point in starting that process. So we were thank you. We know you're supportive and we're very grateful. And I hope we can work with you on some of those issues.
Councillor?
That's helpful. I'm just going to rephrase that and make sure that I understand. Number one, I thought the site visit was for a different site for the record, not this one. So that's perhaps the first bit. Second bit is what you're saying is when a site's selected, then a consultation will occur and then a thing will happen. That's what I'm understanding, correct? Okay. That's helpful for me. To understand that that's the shape the process will take. Just before and just want to say, yeah, like again, said before, I'm really grateful for the questions that have been asked here and the many, many dozens of questions have been asked by my colleagues along this process. I have a very clear understanding of what this is about. There's no mystery for me about what the process is and program is. I do think there are a lot of conversations to have about this that aren't going to be able to happen in the time that's allowed for this. About like things that I think our staff can't answer right now, things that you can't answer right now, things that a pilot will hopefully resolve and make clear in the context that this exists in. I'll leave it there. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Yes, Councillor Wang.
You through you, Chair. I'm new to all of this and I appreciate the HATS team for the amount of work and the amount of diligence that you have. My question through you, Chair Clark, is what are the risk assumptions? Because what we heard the first time around was a site was chosen in Ward 3. Residents felt very upset that they were not consulted on even the chosen site. And then it's now been kind of scrapped. We're now in that exact same sort of cycle where site is chosen without any consultation. There is a significant risk of this site also not being chosen because of potential community backlash. Through you, Chair, what is your risk process, or how are you going, what's going to happen here should the site not get chosen?
Julia.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start and then I'll pass it to Dan. These are the recommendations through the staff report, 3 sites, just to mention. I'll pass this to Dan now.
Yeah. I guess some of you haven't had an opportunity to read the report. The report clearly states that the process is as was outlined, whereby you select the site, you then make sure working in coordination with the ward councillor to establish a very sound outreach program. You do not do the reverse. We examined 19 sites over the last year. We weren't going to do 19 outreach first and then come and try to negotiate a site selection. That just isn't practical and doesn't work. We first need endorsement by those around the table on a site, and we go with good intent with an exhaustive outreach plan to the community. We take their feedback and we make the correct decision, just like we did with Barton.
Okay.
Councillor.
Thank you. My concern is that we've already drawn out this process significantly, and I worry that you'll choose one of these 3 sites as we have followed through with what the process has been to date. What may end up happening is you will get significant backlash through your community consultations, and then there is no backup plan. So again, I think I want to just pose that again through you, Chair, about what is the backup plan?
Backup plan is outlined in the report, and it was in the third slide, whereby staff would work with us to identify the next 3 sites. And in fact, I think in the report, it's almost the, anyways, forget the slides. The point is, it was outlined in the 3rd slide that the backup plan is to, and it still is, regardless, to look at other sites with staff. And there was some relaxation on some of the criteria or considerations. You may recall, we talked about city parks to be entertained, open spaces to be entertained. You may recall that from the previous session.
Yes.
That activity would still take place, and we may find other more appropriate sites. The key point here is you haven't got a perfect site. The staff report indicates such.
Yes.
And even the staff has indicated you're not going to check all the boxes. So there's going to have to be a compromise. It's not all weighted through each of the considerations. One doesn't outweigh the other.
Okay.
And that's what the staff told us, and we're adhering to that.
If I could just add to what Dennis said through you, Mr. Chair. We held 2 community consultations in Ward 3 at the previous site that we identified. What we heard from residents is the perception that there is an oversaturation of services in that area, in that particular area, new social services coming in. We feel with these other sites, there might not necessarily be that backlash, and using your own words, because this would be very much, I think, a more isolated location, and very similar to what we heard would be the Kitchener model as well, sort of outside of the core for sure. So we anticipate we would have thorough, robust community consultations, listen to the feedback, but there might not be necessarily the same type of negativity we heard at the Ward 3 site. Thank you,
Mr. Cooper. Councillor?
Thank you for those answers. Chair Clark, my concern is that there's very few sites, and as the report has so succinctly pointed out, there are no perfect sites. And my concern is that this has taken considerable staff resources. It has taken considerable HATS resources to even get us to this point. At what point do we just say this may not happen?
That may be a decision later today.
Thank you. That is all my questions.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker on my list is Kayla Haggerty. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson wanted to ask questions of staff though, wasn't it? Okay, no problem. My apologies. So
Yes, I do have.
if the delegates could come back down, you can always beat me later with my smelly shoe. It's my fault.
Sorry, did you say smelly shoe?
Smelly shoe. Yeah.
Oh, too much.
Doritos. Councillor Jackson wants to ask questions.
Thank you, Chairman Clark. Good to see Julia, Tom, and Dan again. Just a comment and then a couple of questions. I'm listening very carefully, Chairman Clark, to some of the remarks and responses from my colleagues around this table. And I haven't sensed a real warm embrace or passionate acceptance. And I'm only saying that, and I'm very respectful, because if you recall, Chairman Clark, as a member of the last term of council, in supporting the former Ward 2 councillor and the former mayor in rejecting the McDonald's site, I've got some scars and bandages on my back from community advocates that were very disappointed that that site wasn't embraced. And I understand, and I'm one of the first ones that has talked about community outreach, neighborhood acceptance to the best of the advocates' availability and through their best expertise. I've always talked about that the motherhood aspect of the tiny homes concept is worthy, but community, neighborhood concerns and buy-in is very, very important. Okay, so thank you, Chair, for allowing me a preamble that way. Let me just ask through you, Dan or Tom, very, very bluntly. You've been trying this now for a better part of a couple of years. You got 3 new sites here. Let me ask you bluntly, what is the image problem, in your humble opinion, of acceptance and instead resistance to the tiny home projects? I'm just going to ask you both bluntly, and if you don't want to answer, I respect that as well. But I think we need to, humbly, Chair Clark, we need to get that on the table.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well, based on 2 community events that we held, we tend to gravitate to the negative. We hear from a few people who are not in support, and that seems to sway positioning, and we forget the people that are in support. We had so many people at the 2 community events come up to us who live in the neighborhood. Even one did fundraising to the tune of $2,300 yesterday that I met with, right near the Barton site. And we lose those people. Their voices get lost to a few voices that are negative to this. So when we come into a site, we're not coming in to give it disregard. We're going to maintain it. Our residents are going to have a good, if you go to none of you have probably seen the site in Kitchener. If you go there, there's a whole sense of warmth. When you walk into the site, it's just peaceful, literally peaceful. We took donors there. They write us a $10,000 check on the spot. They say, this we have to do. So where's the resistance? I think our challenge and our frustration is that often council is looking for us to dot the I's and cross the T's on all the operational issues that may arise. And you say, have you got the people that have a proven success record? Well, how the hell are we doing right now?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dan, for your blunt and sincere response back. And by the way, amongst the 16 of us, there are members of this council that are much greater advocates from the social side of our society and life than I am. I mean that sincerely. Often I follow their leads. Can I just turn the page a bit to the $100,000, Dan or Tom? I see in one of the reports you need the $100,000 up front. I think I asked you last time you were here last year. It's $100,000 part of a 3-year $100,000 request through you, Chairman Clark, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Dan?
Yes, I look after the budget, so I have some of the details for you in that regard. Yes, the 100,000 is each of 3 years, because we made this a 3-year program to match with your mandate to eradicate homelessness by 2025, and that's the reason we did it. So we put a 3-year budget together, and the first year is 395,000. Memory serves me right. Believe it or not, in 4 months, we now have, as of yesterday, about $300,000.
Well, that's outstanding.
Is that outstanding?
That's outstanding.
And you want to hear something else that's outstanding?
I got a
We
feeling.
got that, you're going to hear it. 700 people have come to the table. Those donations amount to, represent 700 people coming forth.
Thank you, Dan. Outstanding achievement. So again, but the municipality and the taxpayers, you're looking for 100 grand
per year,
each year for 3 years, not in perpetuity, just for 3 years.
No, definitely not for perpetuity.
Okay.
Definitely not.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Julia and Tom. Thank you, Chairman Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maureen Wilson, was yours for staff, or do you have a question for our delegates? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Similarly to Councillor Kretsch, just some opening, which I failed to do the last time with my questions, but just some opening context. I'm sensing that you find my questions to be not welcoming or hostile. And that is not my intent. This file, in my opinion, has been, there's been a hyper focus on site. And with site selection comes politics. Respectfully, there has been not enough focus on evaluation and program. And it is my responsibility as a governor and also as someone who does represent neighborhoods to delve into how is this going to run? Who is going to be selected? What is the anticipated horizon? How is it going to be managed? It is also my experience that often hostility can be further, if it does exist, further inflamed by a lack of knowledge. And in Ward 1, I think a staff member said we're very engagey. We like our public meetings. And those, when I'm asking these questions of what is the anticipated length of stay at this particular site, you're going to be asked that at a public meeting. And if I don't ask it, then they would fairly say, well, why is your bum in the seat? Like, that's my job. That is my job, to represent all residents. So it is in that spirit in which I'm posing these questions to you. We need to answer the question of what happens to people who are living and encamped in and around the periphery immediately or around the periphery of any identified site.
Thank you.
We need to answer the question of what is your horizon to being at a particular site? Is it 1 year? Is it 3 years? Is it 5 years? We need to answer the question of who is going to live there if it is not based on the Kitchener model, but it is based on a transitional model of we have a myriad of needs. We have some deep acuities. We have some people who, for genuinely self-defined and reasons, don't want to go into shelters. It's not my job to challenge their rationale. That's their business. These are questions that I find outstanding And when I ask staff, staff tell me it's not their proposal. They can't answer it. And I am bewildered still as to when those answers are going to be arrived upon or brought clarity to. You can please answer any one or all of those questions, because I have subsequent questions, because it's my job about consultation. Please.
Thank you. Those are all very good questions. You've asked me who's going to manage the program, how long are people going to stay, how long are we going to stay on a piece of land, who's going to live there, about people who will be there who don't want to go into shelters. I'm not sure which question to answer first. Perhaps you tell me which is the most pressing one. All of them? Okay. Yeah.
Respectfully, have these questions been answered? Okay.
Yeah, we've been here a year. No, I think we have covered, we've sent a report in. Staff have been amazing. Yes. They have really been terrific. And Angie Burden asked us for an overview with questions, asking every kind of question. Who's going to manage?
To be fair, Julia,
yeah.
The councillor did ask the questions.
Okay.
If you have answers, great. If you don't, please indicate that you don't.
Our budget is 3 years, so that's the length of our program. Yeah. And if we look at our criteria is at least 18 months on one site.
Sorry.
At least 18 months on one site. It's expensive to move a program like this. If you look at the region of Waterloo, they're spending $50 million on setting up something like this. So you can sense our frustration a little bit. You've heard Jeff Wilmer. He's been a great mentor for us, and we've got some great expertise. We've hired Tony DeMatta-Stortz, who was supervisor there and has worked in shelters, to help answer all these kinds of questions. So I don't really know where to start, to be honest. In terms of programming, I can tell you that we're inviting people to move to the site once they've been through the intake process. There is programming, there's wraparound services. We have Shelter Health Network, we have the Hub, we have Wesley is our biggest partner. And there are programs for people. If you leave people with nothing to do, then that's not a good thing. We know that. We have a whole diagram that explains the schedule of what's going to happen. We have applied, we've actually got a grant from the Hamilton Community Foundation for jobs on site. So people will be paid to take part in cleaning, maintaining, being part of the neighborhood, being a good neighbor, not just in the actual community, but the surrounding community as well. And we have harm reduction. That's a big piece. We will have programs. The Hub already is, I believe, working with the city to deliver that program.
To be fair, Julia,
yeah.
We have all of that information.
Okay.
One of the councillor's questions was with respect to a houseless individual in a tent in a park, and you're coming in. Are you going to displace that individual or those individuals?
I think that's really a staff question. I mean, given if we could, we would house everybody who needed one temporarily. I don't think it's our job to push people off a park. You know, I'm sorry. I hope.
Councillor, you have 45 seconds left. I can put you on for a third time if you wish. Order, please. Go ahead, Councillor.
Again, my questions are not to be hostile to the project. My questions are, it's part of my job.
I would like you to step through each question. Maybe we give you a direct answer as best we can. So it's 3 years to answer your question. Your other, go ahead.
3 years in total, 18 months per site?
Yes, 18 months minimum because of it's not fiscally responsible to use donor money to uproot if it's less than 18 months, which is why SGEM kind of fell by the wayside. One of the reasons. Okay.
I was going to ask you about
Questions and
That's no
answers
problem.
through the chair, please, so that we don't get into a debate.
Yep. Understood.
Go ahead, Dan.
No, I was waiting for Councillor
Okay,
Wilson.
Councillor Wilson.
You raised it. If I could understand why SGEM was not part of your site selection through the chair.
Thank you. Dan.
Through the chair. Councillor Wilson, we met with two executives 2 days ago, 3 days ago from representing that site, and they had such uncertainty with regard to our stay, length of stay. We, from a risk management perspective, could not adopt that site. And secondly, its location was always in question by the Hats. It's right on York Boulevard. It's not in a pleasant place. And so we had questions with regard to it. There was just too much uncertainty. They couldn't give us straight answers on timing. And we have an emergency. We need to go now. And we don't think that would be responsible for us.
Thank you. Councillor.
So just clarification, when you say executives, do you mean the board?
Board, I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
board, the school board. Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
No problem. If I could probe into the expectation or your expectation around community engagement process,
Yes.
is it your expectation that you believe that this body will approve these sites and then you consult with the neighbors? Or could you?
Yeah, I'll elaborate on that. Through the chair, our intent was for you to decide on one of the 3 sites, and we focus on one of those 3 sites and work with the ward councillor to develop the outreach plan to the satisfaction of the ward councillor and ourselves, and collaborate in establishing that outreach plan.
I'm close to the time, but if I could ask a supplemental on that, Chair.
3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Oh, I love it.
We're doing well.
So just so I'm clear on that,
Yeah.
your working model is that we choose the site and then we consult, as opposed to you go out to the neighborhood in and around a favored site, get that feedback, and that informs elected representatives?
Thank you. Dan?
You are correct. You've interpreted that correctly. That is the process, and it is as was supported by your staff.
Thank you. Councillor?
And outlined in the report.
Respectfully to the chair, I've heard 2 different things. And I'm looking at Councillor Wang, and I don't know if you heard 2 different things. So it's not just me.
Okay.
I beg your pardon. You're stating, Chair Clark, that you're going to go to community and you're going to engage with them about your favored sites. And then this body will take that feedback?
Incorrect. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, through the chair, what I am saying is we expect you to tell us which of the 3 sites that you want to support. We will then determine who is the ward councillor, and we'll work with the ward councillor to develop an exhaustive outreach plan and then reach out to the community.
Thank you. Councillor?
So engagement, Chair Clark, is for the purpose of giving residents information. That's the objective. It's not to inform.
No.
It's not to
Sorry,
inform this
just
body.
finish. No, it just like we did with Barton, we were receptive to what we got from the Barton folks, and it shaped our ultimate recommendation. No different. If the community comes back and there's a lot of support, plus there's some negative support or negativism, then we'll take that into account, working with the ward councillor. We'll take that into account, make a recommendation to council.
Councillor?
Chair Clark,
Councillor Wilson?
I'm still unclear. If I could just walk through it.
This will be the last time.
Yep.
Thank you.
But I'm respectfully looking at my colleagues, and I'm also seeing the same degree of confusion. Let's just choose one site. Let's choose
do that.
Ward 1 site.
Sure, let's say Ward 1.
Are you suggesting that I approve that site as a member of this body, and that together we go out and advise the neighborhood that this site has been selected?
Not selected, considered.
Okay. And that engagement, I guess my confusion then, respectively, is if these are your, you know what? I'm gonna hold those questions because I think they're more appropriate to staff. Thank you very much. And
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate you're allowing me to do my job.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Wang, can you take the chair just for a second?
Sure, please go ahead.
So can I give an analogy and you advise me whether or not I've interpreted your commentary today correctly? I'm looking at this, Vice Chair, much like we would on an environmental project and we have a proponent. The proponent will come forward and say, I've got these sites and we're now going to study these sites and decide which one moves forward with the municipality or the province or whoever is doing it. Vice Chair, have I interpreted your intentions accurately through that
Anne or
analogy?
Julia?
I think through you, Ms. Chair, I think your analogy is a good one. The city generally comes up with a proposal to do something in a park, for example, and then it holds a community consultation. It's an idea that starts, and then you invite people to give their thoughts. I want to talk about the Barton Street site for a second. That's a private piece of land.
Mm-hmm.
If we completely disregarded the community, we'd be there right now. But we're not, because it was evident it wasn't going to work.
Councillor?
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I'll take the chair back.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your participation today. And I do want to thank you for all the work that you've been doing. Whether this proceeds or not, it's an incredible amount of work that you and your community colleagues have done to get you to where you are today. So thank you for that. And I do admire you for it. Thank you. You can have your seats. The remaining delegates at this point, yes, we're still on delegates. Jean Fair, and then after that, Kayla Haggerty, and then after that, Graham Cubitt, representing Hamilton is Home. Jean Fair, are you there? There you are.
Hello?
Perfect. Thank you very much, Jean. When you begin speaking, I'll start timing, okay?
Okay. Just before I even begin then, the community wasn't actually informed that the site wasn't going to go ahead. We heard that, we didn't get formally advised. It was still on the table. So if it's off the table, I won't do my.
I can't ascertain that.
Okay, so you don't know that.
Why don't you make your presentation and you never know.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and councillors. I'm Jean Fair from
Dean, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just get, yes, because you've got the mask on.
Oh, right.
It tends to keep the voice in.
Okay.
Perfect.
So I'm Jean Fair from Stinson in Ward 3. And let's see. Well, the 647 site, everybody knows it's a fishbowl right on Barton in the middle of a residential and commercial district. There'll be a chain link fence around there. It's 647. The proposed CTS site is in the 700 block. The place is rather a disaster. So anyway, I'll read from this for a bit. Originally, the must-have minimum lot size for hats was 0.75 acres. It dropped to 0.25 acres by December 1st. Bill Curran's site survey resulted in a mere 669.8 square meters, or 0.166 acres, or 22% of the original lowest must-have size. At the first HATS meeting, the locals asked that homeless residents from their area be given priority. Julia Kolak advised that locals might not meet their criteria. Bill Curran offered to stipulate in his agreement with HATS that locals were to be given priority, and we heard no further mention of this. Why ever would Stipley have to house the homeless from other neighborhoods when their own people are in need? I'm just hoping that they're not on the table for that. I'm just going to quote from A Key to Reducing Poverty, something not really related. The degree to which the rich and poor were connected explained why a neighborhood's children did better later in life, more than any other factor. These cross-class friendships had a stronger impact than school quality, family structure, job availability, or a community's racial composition. And further on that, Hamilton's vision, to be the best place to raise a child and age successfully, and let it be for the whole city. So that's that, and you can cut me off with the rest. It's more frivolous on affordable housing. 2/3 of Vienna's population lives in public, it's just that some people did bring up affordable housing already. 2/3 of Vienna's population lives in public housing. In order to match Vienna's 7,000 units of affordable housing annually, based on their population of 1.897 million people and Hamilton's 579,200, we would need to produce 2,137 affordable units yearly. The second is from a June 22 article, How Vienna Took the Stigma Out of Social Housing. The combination of the following features prevents Vienna's public housing estates from becoming social ghettos: reduced rents, prioritized quality, a huge amount of building stock, and the beauty of the buildings. Plus, they have a policy which ensures that every neighborhood has a mix of different tenants. And I gave Lorene that article. If people want to see, there's some nice pictures in there too. From CMHC's September 2003 Cooperative Housing Programs Evaluation, the annual expenditure per unit of co-op housing from the year 1973 to 2000 was $4,719. The average expenditure per low-income housing unit was $10,259, and both were in the year 2000's dollar. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Jean. Any questions for our delegate today? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. Our next speaker is Kayla Haggerty. Is Kayla here, or is that virtual? It's virtual. There you are.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Again, Councillor Clark.
Pleasure to see you too. We're all set to go, so as soon as you begin speaking, Kayla, I'll start the timer, okay?
Okay, you can start whenever I'm ready.
Thank you, go ahead.
I'm Kayla Haggerty. Last time I was here, I spoke about how the pandemic impacted the opioid crisis in Hamilton, well, across Canada, and I spoke on my experience of losing my stepdad to an opiate overdose just 3 months into the pandemic. The last time I spoke, I was in tears, but this time I am pumped and ready. But I am fueling off of anger a little bit. I'm here to speak out against the city's failure to mitigate harm for those living in precarious housing over the holidays. namely during the snowstorm that occurred over the course of December 23rd to the 28th, around that time. To begin, I wanted to point out a directive from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which states that, I quote, while hypothermia, which occurs when your body temperature is less than 35 degrees Celsius, is most likely at cold temperatures, it can occur even at cooler temperatures if a person becomes chilled from the rain, sweat, or submersion in cold water. And according to the spec, cold weather alerts for Hamilton were canceled on December 23rd while the city remained covered in snow and hit with wind chills close to minus 30 degrees Celsius. As a result, drop-in centers, warming centers such as the Hub were closed due to a lack of necessary funding, which left the over 1,500 Hamiltonians who are precariously housed to fend for themselves, as per data that I pulled from the Housing and Homelessness Dashboard from Hamilton. Consequently, it is not bold of me to assume that many houseless individuals would have suffered hypothermia after this decision was made despite these severe weather conditions. I would like to point out that in early 2022, 10 people experiencing homelessness died in Hamilton alone, according to a CBC article published on October 9th, 2022. Add hypothermia and the cancellation of the cold weather alert, and it is not incorrect of me to assume that this number could have risen. A series of tweets were issued by Mayor Horvath addressing Hamilton's failure to respond to citizens' needs over the holidays, including one on December 28th, where she thanked council members for sharing their concerns about the lack of service to ensure the safety of those experiencing homelessness. However, it wasn't the council that was first to raise these concerns. It was initially the community that pooled their money together to keep the Hub's warming center open. The Hub's director, Jennifer, released several tweets on December 24th, 2022, thanking the Hamilton Community Benefits Network and several other community members for their contribution. This proved that where the city failed to protect us, the community did. Warming centers are open in the first place because the City of Hamilton and the Emergency and Community Services Committee are not performing their duties adequately. Sorry, I'm stuttering because I'm nervous.
Take your time.
It wasn't until several citizens demanded councilors respond to vulnerable populations' needs that the $125,000 for the Hub's funding materialized. Community support and mutual aid made it possible. At around 7 a.m. on January 17th, 2023, Councillor Cameron Kretsch also tweeted a thread in which he described the disastrous transition between the old and new councils. In one tweet, Councillor Kretsch noted that Ward 2 had access to $500,000 in funding left unspent from the last council, which leads me to assume then that the City of Hamilton has collectively decided to hoard money and let vulnerable populations suffer despite having money available to adequately respond to these cold weather alerts and to open the Hub and other warming centers. It would be pointless then for council to argue that there is not enough money to support people who are houseless with this recent revelation by Councillor Kretsch that there is an abundance of unused city funding. It is not enough to provide one-time funding. Considering the City of Hamilton claims to follow the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, why don't we start to make sure that everyone has a home? The following is my request to council, that councilors assist in providing more funding to respond to the housing crisis in Hamilton, including the aforementioned solutions like tiny shelters. I'm asking for no more lip service and poorly crafted information reports like the one I received after my last delegation. I could have written that myself. These requests include reallocating more of the city's available budget to provide potential service providers with the capacity to create and implement more warming centers available every winter. Thank you.
That was well within your 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Kayla. Any questions from my council colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you for appearing today and for your patience. Take care. Graham Cubitt, are you still here? Come on down, please. You're the last contestant. Graham is going to be speaking on behalf of Hamilton is Home. Councillor Wilson, your questions, did you want to leave them until the item 11.5? Okay, thank you. I won't forget you, I promise. Are you ready? Just about. Okey-dokey. For those watching at home, we're just getting the computer set up so that we can have the visual aid. I'm giggling because it's taking 3 of them to fix a laptop. And before you begin, if you could introduce yourself, that would be helpful. Thank you. There we go. It's almost like magic.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Council, city staff, and member of the public. My name is Sarah Board. I'm the manager of Capital Project with YWCA Hamilton, and with me is Graham Cubitt, Director of Project and Development with Indwell and Chair of Hamilton is Home. So we're here, together we're here today representing Hamilton is Home, a coalition of 8 nonprofit housing providers who work with other over 11 ALES organizations, as well as city staff, councillors, and members of the community. Hamilton is Home was formed as a strategic...
Sarah, could you just get a little bit closer to the microphone?
Sure.
There are people at home that aren't hearing you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Hamilton is Home was formed as a strategic response to the current housing crisis. It is action-oriented and is seeking to provide affordable housing for thousands of Hamiltonians. Hamilton is Home covers the housing affordability continuum, providing housing through emergency shelters, transitional housing, social housing, affordable home ownership, and market rental housing. As an organization, we've established a goal of creating 3,000 new units in the next 3 years. As of today, we have a total of 21 projects ready for construction between 2023 and 2025, totaling 1,585 new units, targeting rents at 80% of the median market rent as established by CMHC. We are committed to provide affordable housing in perpetuity. Our coalition provides social benefits beyond affordability and creates critical spectrum of housing for the most vulnerable populations. More than 3,000 people have been housed in the first wave of projects, and we aim to house around 3,500 people with this second wave. Our coalition projects align with the city priorities to reduce homelessness and reduce the waiting list for affordable housing. Additionally, all of our projects have ambitious environmental targets with at least 25% energy reduction and GHG reduction, as well as accessibility features.
Chair, committee, we are very committed as Hamilton is Home to outcomes and solutions. We've just been listening to your conversation about the need for more housing stock. This is why Hamilton is Home exists, is to build housing and a full spectrum of housing, affordable housing, from supported and transitional right through to long-term affordable housing. Right now, we're standing at the precipice of disaster, as we see all around us, but also at the cusp of many good things. We have almost 1,000 units that are ready to go at various stages of planning approvals this year. That number is a little bit lower for next year, but overall, this strategy could really ramp up over the next couple of years. The current problem is that we're facing a financial model that doesn't work. And we know this, and this is a problem you're well aware of. Without clarity from the municipality, we can't apply to CMHC for the co-investment fund. Unfortunately, CMHC continues to subvert their own success by upending the standards that the co-investment fund has had in place for a number of years. And so the federal government really does need to ask CMHC to bring stability back to that program. But right now, that yellow box is what most of the providers within Hamilton's Home are asked to provide as part of creating a housing project, which isn't viable. The Rapid Housing Initiative, as you know, is a sort of a competition-based approach that the federal government has put forward. It is probably their best program right now. And what's available is a predominantly capital-based, unfinanced program, which is tremendous, particularly for the most acute needs, the supportive housing to end homelessness, which is why RHI is a great program. We're working closely with staff as a coalition to make sure that you as our representatives know of every project that is viable in Hamilton for RHI. Right now, it's about 348 units when we add it up that would qualify for RHI 3. Of course, the national government wants to make it a competition. Let me clarify. It's not the national government. It's CMHC, which sees themselves as an arm's length corporation, almost unaccountable to the national government, as per the Auditor General's comments. But CMHC needs to know that Hamilton wants funds to get the job done. And this is the slide that covers that. Staff has all of these details, but it would be 148 million, would build 348 units starting this year. This is a longer term goal. If we could actually have Hamilton as council lead us forward as the coalition, because you have standing as our civic leaders to tell the federal government and by extension the province as they come along that Hamilton is ready to move. We're ready to build. We're ready to go now. Staff are aligned. The Housing Secretariat is in the works. If we have CMHC make a predictable 3-year commitment of federal funds, roughly in the order of $300 million, we will do the rest as a coalition. And it would be broken up something like that. We've put City of Hamilton into the green box with us as proponent because we will be acting as community housing providers and the city in concert together towards the same goals. And that's the key part of this strategy. We know that this can be in different ways taking action on land, municipal facilities. There's lots of things that you want to build that we could put affordable housing over or beside. We know that we can look at various land, and we've been doing that with the city in wards across the city, working with staff. We also know that the municipal investment that you are making, I believe it's in the report of a recommended $4 million, is a fantastic start, although the numbers that would really be needed are also mentioned in that report, so you have those. In the long term, we want to see this kind of level of transparency where we work closely with staff and closely with each other across the spectrum of housing that's needed to get the job done. And in the long run, this will yield many, 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 many benefits for our city because the housing crisis is real and we can only end it by collaborating and actually getting new housing built. So thank you for your continued support of affordable housing, of us as a coalition. Hamilton is Home is the 8 leading nonprofit and community housing providers committed to building new housing. So we thank you for your interest, and we of course are always willing to take questions and receive feedback.
Well, you may just have that. A few questions. Councillor Crutch, you're first.
Hi, could you go back to the slide before the RHI slide? You went a little too fast for me. One more, there, thank you. That's helpful, great. So if I understand it, and there's 2 direct asks of the municipality in this entire slide deck that I wrote down. Number 1, on the RHI slide, which is the next slide, you need the municipality to propose to CMHC under the project stream. 2, a direct municipal request for Hamilton projects in the federal budget. Am I getting that right? Those are the 2 direct asks you have of us at this moment. Could you unpack number 1 and 2 for me in terms of what you what's actually required to do those things? Before you get to that, I just want to say that the land bit, I met with folks from Hamilton's Home, and I met with some other folks to talk about that piece of land surplus. I'm actively working on a draft motion with some planning staff. It's just a little bit above me, so I'm just trying to make sure it's worded correctly so we get to the right place. So sorry for the patience on that. And yeah, if you could unpack those two things.
Graham?
Through you, Mr. Chair. There are many, many pieces to the housing puzzle, so trying to break it out into sort of comprehensible, action-oriented things. This is the number one thing that would help Hamilton is home right now and the city of Hamilton. The federal government has made a $1.5 billion commitment through Rapid Housing Initiative 3, RHI 3. That's split into a municipal cities stream, so there's designated cities with an allocation. Hamilton has some of that. We don't know the details. The second stream is $1 billion across the country for project stream. But CMHC has said they will really only fund ones that are municipally endorsed project stream applicants. So YW, Indwell, others could apply directly, but we won't be even considered in practice by CMHC unless the municipality endorses this. So we would ask that the municipality endorse all of the projects that Rapid Housing Initiative that are qualified for RHI 3 by Hamilton is Home so that we can move forward. Now, it's still a competition. We don't know if they'll be funded, but we know we will be rejected if we're not endorsed by the municipality.
Thank you, sir. Councillor?
Thanks. If you could just for fun, like just for me, not for fun, but it's not for fun. It's for serious things. Could you just endorse? What does that mean? Just unpack that just like one more layer for me. Filling in a form. What is that? Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The process as we hear it verbally told to us, slightly different than what's on the website, is that CMHC they're functionally asking the city to take on responsibility for the project, not to guarantee it, but in a sense, guarantee it. The reality, though, is that we as proponents don't want the city to take undue risk, and you would not be doing so by working with us. We are the most qualified, most experienced housing proponents in Hamilton in terms of delivering affordable and particularly supportive housing. And as we know, supportive housing is probably the most acute piece of the equation that's needed right now. We don't know if those will be, if any or all of these projects would be accepted, of course, because it is a national competition, but council's endorsement would put it into the right stream at CMHC and would also allow us as proponents to go to the community, to get the community to advocate through our civic leaders at the federal level to say, Hamilton has put forward our best foot and we need you to support us as our federal leaders. And with municipal support, that can be a much more effective message up to the federal leadership.
Councillor Crouch.
Thank you very much. I'll save my questions on that for staff whenever that's appropriate. I'll look to the legislative coordinators whenever that's appropriate.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I realize I forgot to answer the second question.
I was going to ask you what's the second. Yeah, okay. Sorry, direct municipal request for Hamilton projects in the federal budget. Can you unpack that a couple of layers for me too, so I understand what that looks like? Yep.
Through you, Mr. Chair, without going too far into the weeds of CMHC and the logistics of how that organization operates, the National Housing Strategy had a number of streams that were established and were reliable up through this past fall. All CMHC programs currently are reported as being unfunded or the funds have been exhausted, and yet the federal Auditor General says that CMHC can't report on any outcomes that they've achieved, particularly related to homelessness. We're suggesting that perhaps a direct federal request to not through the CMHC, but through the ministry or through the minister would be a much more effective route for Hamilton to advocate for these funds. Hamilton is one of the largest cities in Canada. All the transparency and accountability structures are in place. We have clear leadership at the federal level for our city. If we just asked, maybe they would say yes to sending the funds directly, give us a time limit, give us deadlines, give us goals and outcomes, and see if we can deliver as a city. Because Hamilton is home, we'll do so on your behalf, well, in concert with you as the city. There 100% accountability. We're here. You can call us any time of day or night to figure out where the money's going. But we know that we could build this many housing units starting in the next 12 months with this kind of funds. We know that the federal government has committed to ending homelessness by 2030. They've committed to making sure every Canadian has a home that they can afford and meets their needs, but they're failing to meet those goals in part because CMHC makes the process incomprehensible.
Councillor Crouch.
Thank you. For my homework, the last bit there, I think I heard what you said, which was, this is a government relations issue, not necessarily a housing services issue. At this point, you want someone to directly approach the federal government ministers from the city of Hamilton to have a discussion. I just want to make sure I understand that, because there's different departments, and I want to understand.
Through you, Mr. Chair, housing services at the City of Hamilton is not the barrier to any of these things, and in fact, it's 100% aligned with doing whatever it takes to meet the outcomes of getting housing built. The number one thing that holds them back is access to capital, or our access to capital. And the City of Hamilton has clearly demonstrated a track record of being able to administer funds legally, accountability-wise, and staff-wise. So if the federal government was to send this kind of request through the city, we have 100% confidence that it could be administered quickly and efficiently by staff.
Okay, I think I understand your answer. Thank you. Very careful. What you said, you said a third thing then, right? Which is about the city administering funds. Could you be slightly more clear about that? Because in this presentation, and that's why I asked at the very beginning, what are the two asks you have? And one of them wasn't about funds. So I just want to be really clear about what exactly is a funds ask, if there's one in there somewhere. Just want to make sure I have it all down and understand completely where you're coming from.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're dealing with the macro question of funding and a micro question. The city is considering, council is considering a recommendation, I believe it's $4 million in capital through housing services from the levy. That would be a co-investment catalyst. That's inadequate from the macro level of achieving this full portfolio. And at the same time, CMHC is constantly changing the rules, as we've seen also with the province in terms of Bill 23's relation to DCs. So the specifics of each project's municipal investment are impossible to actually say today, but the municipality's co-investment, i.e. cooperation around an investment like this, would be effective, very effective, in enabling the city to work with coalition partners to achieve these goals. I'm not sure, Councillor, if that exactly answered your question, but there's probably a little bit too much complexity to fully get into the details of dollars from which pool to which project.
Councillor Cretch?
Yeah, no, that answers. I just always want to make sure that I'm giving you the opportunity to ask for what you need, and that I'm hearing it clearly so that when the opportunity arises for me, I can then ask for that thing clearly, because I'd hate for there to be this thing where it's like, oh, you were really saying you needed a green cat, and then instead you got an orange dog. So thank you so much.
Next, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Do you have questions here?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate Councillor Cretch's, and thank you again, Graham, for being here on a different file, but thank you, and thank you to Sarah through the chair. Unpacking what you're asking us to endorse, and if I could just, it's clear to Councillor Cretch, not as clear to me. You said that you're asking the city to take on responsibility of a project or guarantee it, but you don't want to put the city, you don't want the city to take on any undue risk. And then the proponent, is the proponent Hamilton is home, or is the proponent the municipality? Just so I'm clear.
Through you, Mr. Chair, both of us would like to be clear, but we're working with CMHC. That being said, we understand that it works that the municipality is the applicant, but the proponent is the entity. So Indwell or YWCA or one of the coalition members who actually is delivering it, but the applicant would be the City of Hamilton.
Okay. Thank you. And the $4 million of capital already on the table, you said is insufficient, but it would act as a catalyst. And then you said the amount it differs per project. But the total amount, are you stating that has to get you in the game? Forgive me, is it 25 million through the chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to conflate the discussion about the $4 million through the housing report with this specific request about RHI 3, because the $4 million would be an effective co-investment for the co-investor being the city to allow us as proponents to engage the co-investment program, which is different than the RHI one.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Apologies for the confusion there.
Yeah.
Under the RHI stream, and given the implications of Bill 23, we would see that the RHI would actually be a much more effective and cost-effective way for the city to achieve the housing outcomes than the co-investment program. RHI is way better on every level. What it does do, though, is it asks the city to take on the responsibility for the effect for the program, which is a big ask from the federal government for the municipality. But because you're dealing with us as proponents, Hamilton is Home, we believe we're very confident in asking you for that commitment because we won't let you down. We will deliver the housing. We're all experienced. We know how to do this, and we have full transparency about getting it done, and we're ambitious. So we want to see the outcomes. So for an endorsement of Rapid Housing Initiative 3 project stream applications, we would just like to work with staff to make sure that those applications meet CMHC's deadlines and have the city's backing. Then we can go out independently to our representatives, to our community, to our stakeholders, and advocate to the federal government to fund Hamilton because Hamilton is leading to solve its problems rather than waiting to be told how much money we're going to get in possibly a future RHI4 or some other program.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Thank you, Graham.
Councillor Wang, if you can take the chair for a second.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So let's just speak to the RHI proposal, which has 7 projects. And the request for us to basically endorse each of the 7 projects to the federal government through CMHC. It shows proponent led on that chart, Graham, of $25.6 million. So proponent led, how much financing do you have in place for that component of these 7 projects?
Mr. Cubitt?
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah. The fine grain detail would be outlined in the slide here towards the end, or this further slide here where we broke it out. This is a slide that staff have been working with us directly on. Apologies for the smallness of the print, but basically the proponents have in place this line here, that's right through the middle here. So around, you can see it adds up in each category, each proponent, 8 million, 3 million, to the 25 million.
Graham, I'm going to ask that Appendix B, hang on one second. I'm being advised legally we can speak about process but not numbers because some of this information is a part of the in-camera consideration by the council. I know that complicates things for us greatly.
That's through you, Madam Chair. The numbers, the key thing is this. Under RHI, the project can't have debt. It's one of the stipulations of RHI. And so there's not financing on these projects that would prevent RHI from being awarded to the projects. So it's equity, it's land, it's work that's being done, it's cash in the bank, it's pledged donations, those sorts of things, but not financing.
Thank you. I understand. Thank you. Councillor, I'll take the chair back.
Okay.
And any further questions for our guests? Seeing none, thank you for appearing twice. You did very well. Okay, councillors, I need a mover and a seconder to receive all of the delegations today that we heard. Moved by Councillor Cretch, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. If there are no questions, we will move to the vote, please. Problem? Sometimes I can move fast.
May I have that mover and seconder again, please?
Moved by Councillor Cretch and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Vote is up.
The vote is up. And that carried unanimously. Didn't show. There it is. It's just slow today. Okay, please welcome Mike Rehill, Chair of the Hamilton Veterans Committee. Is Mike here? Or virtually?
He is here virtually.
Good afternoon, Mike. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. Please proceed. Is there a time limit on their presentation, Madam Clerk? I don't believe so. Nope.
I won't be taking much time unless there's questions that people have to ask. We have a very short PowerPoint presentation. Our staff liaison, Christopher Redford, will run that for me, and I'll just quickly go through it.
Thank you, sir.
Our mandate was determined by City Council, and our committee actually is composed of all veterans except for I think we have 2 people that aren't veterans, but they're concerned members at large. Our mandate is to report to this committee and oversee the planning and delivery of military remembrance and commemoration activities on behalf of the city. We provide input on projects and on issues that are concerned to Hamilton veterans and maximize the engagement of youth in remembrance activities. The main focus of our efforts are the 2 Remembrance Day ceremonies in downtown Hamilton, as well as we support and resource the Remembrance Day ceremonies in outlying areas such as Dundas and Ancaster, Stony Creek, and we also take care of the Decoration Day service, which is the first Sunday in June. And we also help coordinate the DEP service on the 19th of August every year. We've been very successful in recent years, largely due to my predecessor, who was very emphatic about getting youth more engaged. And we have our Wreath Project, and we have our Heroes Project, which we have implemented with the cooperation of the local cadet corps and also the Hamilton Military Museum. So that has really worked out well. And in fact, our Decoration Day service is almost completely conducted by our local area cadets, who are, for those of you who don't know the cadet movement, they are ages 13 to 18. Our previous and ongoing projects include addition of video screens at the Remembrance Day service in Gore Park, and also broadcasting live video coverage through community television. We've had some challenges, of course, as everybody has in the last few years with COVID, and this year was our first real live Remembrance Day service. It's almost as if everybody had forgotten how to do it, but we were able to conduct it quite successfully, and hopefully next year people will remember what the procedures are for our services. The Hamilton Wreath Project is something that we've done to engage local schools. We have local schools. We choose 4 local schools every year to create a Remembrance Day wreath, and we invite the school to come and lay the wreath on Remembrance Day. And that's been very well received. Our future goals are to continue work with veterans organizations in the city which is very hard because, as you probably all know, the veterans are, the World War II Korean veterans are an aging, very aging population. And most of these service organizations and clubs, Royal Canadian Legion, et cetera, were formed by World War II vets. So it's getting increasingly hard to get full participation from veterans. And the newer Afghan veterans, a lot of them don't seem to want to join veterans organizations. So we constantly try to bring people in around the table so we can get their input and create a viable committee with one veteran voice. I think that's my presentation. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Mike. We do have a couple of councillors, Councillor Jackson and Councillor Kretsch. I'll begin with Councillor Tom Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman Clark. And Chairman Rehill, great seeing you again, Mike, and trusting all the family has stayed healthy and well through the last 2.5 years of the pandemic.
We've tried.
Good. Mike, just 2 or 3 quick questions, and maybe more for public consumption. I'm asking these questions. On your presentation, it says that the Hamilton Veterans Committee is the only veterans committee in Canada that advises a municipal council. Please explain. I think that's extremely special. I'm proud of the fact over the many years I've been here that past councils have continued to appoint and support financially Hamilton's Veterans Committee. Tell me how special that is, or possibly why other cities haven't used our model. Through you, Chairman Clark, please.
You, Councillor. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, as most of you know, Hamilton is traditionally a garrison city. We have 2 very famous infantry regiments. At one time, we had an RCAF squadron. We've got HMCS Star, and we've also got. We were the site of one of Canada's first artillery batteries, the 11th Field, which is still in existence, as well as the Signals Regiment and Service Battalion. So we have a very large military presence in the city. And we also have at one time, we had a very large contingent of veterans living in the city. So at some point in time, City Council decided that they wanted to form a city committee to advise council on military issues, because there were a lot of military and veterans issues that were affecting the city of Hamilton. So to our knowledge, there is no other city in Canada that took that step to create a council of veterans to advise the city.
Excellent, Mike. I bet you many people listening in right now, that's a good public consumption information. I'll bet you, Chair Clark, that a lot of people weren't even aware of. A couple of more quick questions. The Legions. I'm a very proud supporter of Legion Branch 163 on the mountain. Always attend the memorial services there, Mike. So that's why the last 20 years or so you haven't seen me at Gore Park. Tell me about the Hamilton Veterans Committee and whatever collaboration you may or may not be doing with the various Legion branches in our city. Through you, Chairman Clark.
Thank you, Mike.
Well, I think we find, as I said, because of the aging population of veterans, that the leadership of the veterans service clubs changes very quickly. And more often than not, they forget about us, where we'll have somebody who's engaged in the committee, that person retires, and the new person doesn't get involved with the committee. And that's been really made worsened by COVID, because everything's been virtual. And a lot of senior Royal Canadian Legion and Service Club members don't do internet and don't do virtual meetings. They just don't have the or want the technology. So we've sort of reached out. We're very lucky. We've tried to make sure our committee has people that can reach out into those areas. So one of our committee members is right now is a vice president of the United Services Club on Main Street. So that's very effective, very effective way of communication when we have the people who actually represent the club sitting around the table. And that's one of the things that we're going to be working on this year.
Excellent, yes. Mike. And last question, Chairman Clark, to the other end of the life spectrum with the youth. I've just noticed as the years have gone along, Mike, that the number of youth I see up at Branch 163 for the Remembrance Day service is just outstanding. And in fact, they've had young people that have read out the poems for Remembrance Day, some choirs singing from the schools. It's just been magnificent. I got to give you a lot of credit, you and your committee. I'm sure you've been part of promoting that. Your thoughts on the youth involvement? Chairman Clark, that's my last question.
Thank you, Councillor. Mike?
Well, it wasn't originally one of our mandates, but we realized that unless we engage youth, that the whole object of our committee, which was to help Hamiltonians remember, was going to be lost. So we have, as I said, we have a lot of initiatives. We have our Wreath Project, where we engage local schools. Anytime we have a ceremony, we engage youth. We also have cadet readers this year. We had the Hamilton Children's Choir at the cenotaph, and the Decoration Day ceremony is almost completely run by cadets. So it is our mandate, and it's something we've been really trying to push forward.
Thank you, Chairman Rehill. And Councillor Clark, if you allow me, my father, Armenian immigrant, Misag Tamajian, came to this country, became Ernie Jackson. His one way of saying thank you to this country, allowing him to come here from persecution, was to join the military in World War II, fought in Normandy, and was one of the lucky ones to come back. Thank you, Chairman Clark.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Cameron Kretsch, please.
Thank you so much, and thanks for being here today. I'm the councillor for Ward 2, newly elected, so my question is really a pointed Ward 2 question, and totally understand if this is not a fair question you can answer right now. Happy to come to the Veterans Committee sometime to talk about it. And I'm not asking this question out of a sense of sort of ignorance or misunderstanding, but more about expanding my knowledge about kind of what your viewpoints are in the Veterans Committee. I'm thinking about Gore Park. And so Gore Park happens to be situated at one of the most dangerous intersections in our city at the corner, John there. It's a site of, I would say, pedestrian unrest, like this. It's a car-centered space, right?
Councillor, can I ask that you take that up with our delegate, because it's not on the agenda, the Gore Park. And I have way more on this agenda to get through, so I'm struggling.
No problem. They were here, so I thought I'd take the opportunity. I'll follow up with you about Gore Park another time.
I would have tried too, so thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike and Christopher. Thank you for helping us get that presentation today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I need a mover. Oh. Go ahead. You broke up. In response to Councillor Kretsch, I believe he's on the agenda for our next meeting, so he can sit down and talk with the whole committee about his issues.
I didn't know that, and that's great. Thank you. I must have in my sleep requested that.
You did.
I'm more efficient than I think I am. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Thank you.
That's just amazing. Okay. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation of the annual report from the Hamilton Veterans Committee. It's moved by Councillor Tom Jackson and seconded by Councillor Wang. And we'll call the question, please. Votes up. And that vote carried 6-0. Councillors, we're now moving on to item 8.2. And I want to welcome Violetta. I'm not going to try the last name. Nikolskaya, Chair of the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee. Did I get that, Violetta?
You did, Nikolskaya. Yeah, a much better effort than most people.
Go home happy today. Thank you very much for being here today. Please proceed.
Just going to be pulling up my PowerPoint, hoping to hear from the clerks to confirm that it is up on your screen. Could someone confirm? Yes? Okay, excellent. Thank you so very much. And don't worry, this will be short. Thank you, Chair. And through you, Chair, I also want to extend a thank you to James O'Brien, our staff liaison, who crafted this slideshow deck for me. My name is Violetta Nikolskaya, and my pronouns are she, her, and I am the Vice Chair of the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee. Our committee is tasked with communicating and working to address the needs of citizens within the community for whom barriers exist to accessing safe, suitable, and affordable housing. We do so by supporting. There we go. We do so by supporting the City of Hamilton's 10-year Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, which is slated between 2016 and 2025, by providing information, advice, and recommendations. This past year, we saw presentations on many different topics, including the Jamesville project. We are concerned about the pace of the work, especially in contrast to the harm that was caused by the initial displacement of its original residents, but we're hopeful to see the project start and finish soon. We also heard about the school board lands policies within the context of how lands may be used for housing opportunities. And this is actually something the committee is tremendously excited about talking about further, and we may be eventually creating a working group to discuss that further. And we also heard about updates about secondary dwelling bylaw changes. So predominantly throughout the course of our term, we get a lot of presentations and education given to the advisory board, which we are tremendously appreciative of. And many of these staff presentations and community presentations are ones that this council and this committee also likely has received in the past. But furthermore, what my presentation will be focusing on is something that the collective of us have moved a motion for me to discuss today. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee members as I say this. They really wanted to ensure that I emphasize that everyone needs a home. The housing crisis grows graver with each passing hour. And as an advisory composed of volunteers, some with lived and living experiences of houselessness, housing precarity, and service navigation, as well as service providers, developers, and passionate citizens, we want to do more to advise council when directed to do so, to aid in developing solutions. We hope that our mandate will grow to include the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap once it is developed by the Housing Secretariat. And we're concerned about the reduction of hours of service for many drop-ins warming centers at the end of March, which is sort of the funding period in which that ends, especially amidst the inclement weather that is to come. I can recall in 2018, the worst winter storm we had in that winter was actually the first week of April, after all drop-in centers at that time had closed for the season. And we are concerned about the impact that will inevitably follow the closure of the Wesley Day Center. We would like to see more work being done to ensure dignified discharge planning from the justice system and healthcare sector for individuals with no fixed address. We understand that this is outside of the purview of council and perhaps this committee, but we believe in the advocacy that you folks can do with the provincial government and hope that you can echo our sense of urgency. As an advisory committee, we want to press upon this committee the gravitas of the situation. I know that you are fully aware of that. And we know that now is the time for all hands to come on deck to address the crisis of and surrounding homelessness. We hope that more requests for advisement will be made for the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee. We are here, we are present, and we want to be put to more use. So that is the completion of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Violetta. Any questions from the committee? Councillor Cameron Kretsch, please.
Chair Nikolskaya, hi.
Hello.
Sorry for my glee, but lots of glee for saying hi to you. Could you unpack a little bit more about the question, sort of the last thing you ended your presentation on? You talked about the need for consultation, right? And yes, about giving advice, the function of the advisory committee to say stuff. Could you talk about, from the context of where you sit at this committee, what that might look like maybe this year, right? The kinds of things you see on the horizon and where we could, or this committee or others could make those inputs happen in a really concrete way.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. And through you, Chair, I'm the vice chair of this committee. I also serve as a vice chair of another committee. I've been on this committee for one term, 4 years, and another advisory committee for multiple terms at this point. But I have colleagues on this advisory committee that have been with this committee. I believe for one of them, it's her 4th term. which is 16 years. And I have other colleagues on this committee as well who have been there for 2 terms at the very least. That is a tremendous amount of volunteerism. And this particular advisory committee feels different than others that I've been a part of or have witnessed. And we receive a tremendous amount of education, presentations, and insight, which is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And it feels almost as if it gets stuck there. Because we are a committee made up of folks that are in development, folks that are in the legal sector, folks that are service providers, folks with lived experience, it can be sometimes difficult to figure out what projects to put forward, given that the City of Hamilton has a housing services sector department, and that there's obviously so much being done, so much work being done in different departments. So I'm really hopeful in the next term of the advisory committee, the membership is able to develop a really clear project plan and some working groups, and we're really excited about that. But something that helps to ground that is when we are given specific tasks by council at the directive of staff, for example, to ponder or think about certain things. I know from another advisory that's really helpful is to be handed something similar to the action plan that we review periodically, to look at it and to advise, and hopefully that moves forward. But we haven't been asked that concretely in the last year and a half. And at the very least, my sense and my observation as vice chair and having chaired the last few meetings, our advisory has said that they want to do more. They're excited, they have passion, they have energy, they want to do more. So any concrete questions from this committee or from council at large would benefit us if we were asked to specifically advise on a specific question. We're retaining a lot of knowledge. We want to share it back.
Councillor?
Thank you. That was very clear, and I appreciate it. And this is not meant to be, again, spicy or exciting, but to the extent that you feel that it would be helpful to have an active member of council on that advisory committee to help do that liaison work, in your experience, like, is that beneficial? Is that helpful? Can that bridge this gap or not?
Violetta?
Through you, Chair, I think that is tremendously beneficial. I know that council that is assigned to committees, and of course we have had 2 councillors assigned to our committee. They're busy. They're tremendously busy, and that oftentimes means that we receive regrets, and that is fully understandable. I have seen the benefit from another advisory when we are able to have a councillor attend more frequently. That conversation is richer. That councillor oftentimes then engages in questions back to committee members, and then takes things from those discussions forward. So I know from firsthand experience it's tremendously important. I understand how busy you folks are. I've been waiting in queue for the last 3 hours. You folks have long meetings, long days. I understand why it's difficult to attend an evening meeting, but it is tremendously beneficial. I've seen its benefit, and I know that the advisory would find great benefit in it, especially when we are trying to combat burnout and other factors that sometimes prevent quorum. I think knowing a councillor is attending can stir up attendance, which is also greatly beneficial to the working of this committee.
That answers my question really well, as usual. Thanks so much. Bye for now.
Bye. Thank you, Councillor.
Don't go away. Councillor Maureen Wilson would like to ask you some questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Nikolskaya. It's always good to see you. I think on your work plan at the bottom, if I could turn to that, you referenced an opportunity to collaborate with the healthcare sector on that intersection between health and housing. And I don't know if the timing of this question is appropriate, maybe after you get going on it. I'm assuming it's on there because either you see a gap, a problem, and an opportunity. Could you kindly speak to it? Because I think it's really important, through the chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Violetta, please.
Yes, through you, Chair. Absolutely. I think we see the first 2 and less so of the last, unless provided more clarity. There is a gap. There is, I think, a challenge, and we hope that there are opportunities. The advisory committee has acknowledged that the need for healthcare, specifically mental health care, is tremendously important. in talking about any of the solutions that are viable, long-term, and sustainable when it comes to addressing houselessness and homelessness. Generally, I think any person can relate to that. It's tremendously difficult to get access to healthcare. It's tremendously difficult to get access to mental health care for anyone, much less those who also are vulnerable and exist behind barriers of accessing those basic amenities. And the social determinants of health suggest that it is harder to do anything when you don't have housing, when you don't have a stable physical and mental health, which is very common amongst the individuals that we're talking about. So I know that the advisory committee hopes that in the new term, once we have new members and sort of a refresh focus, to establish at the very least one working group to focus on this. The dilemma is it's challenging to navigate even how to discuss that as an advisory committee. We're limited as to what we can do. And of course, funding mental health and physical health is a provincial responsibility. But we do think that there's an opportunity to discuss that perhaps with public health. So maybe there is, in fact, an opportunity for us to be creative and to discuss that with the assets already available at the city. But we know we're tremendously passionate about talking about the healthcare sector and mental health. We see a great issue with regards to discharges from hospitals. I know that was something spoken to council at large yesterday by a delegate. I know that I can validate what that delegate said about hospital discharges. And so the creation of a working group is really powerful because it means we can and actually are incentivized to invite community members that are not appointed to the advisory committee to be part of those discussions. So it's a really powerful tool at our disposal and something that we're looking forward to doing in the future.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, through Chair Clark. Just one final follow-up on that theme. Was there a discussion about the delivery of healthcare per se, meaning it's a leading question, but has there been discussion about more decentralization of going rather than our more vulnerable neighbors and friends going to the hospital, that preventatively we decentralize and go to where they are? That's my question. Thank you.
It's an excellent question. I think that over the last 4 years, that conversation has happened. And I think that there is a great consensus, especially pushed by the service providers and those with lived experience from the advisory committee who would affirm that that is the right strategy to go. It's imperative that we have services that are a one-stop shop, pardon the, colloquial term, but to be able to ensure that services are accessible to individuals where they are at, and where they are at is oftentimes situated in a brick and mortar service. But that can also mean staff within the healthcare sector, within outreach, within public health, who do that work on the ground outside where people are rough sleeping, and that can include encampments. So ensuring that folks have access to those services where they are at, no matter where that is imperative. And obviously that is a complex conversation and has to do with funding, has to do with where that responsibility is. It's something we would likely explore as part of this working group.
Thank you. Councillor?
Just my expression of thanks and appreciation to Delegate Nikoskaya. They are very engaged. She's very engaged, and clearly that's evident today.
Thank you very much, Councillor. One more Councillor. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you so much. Just one question from me. Trying to keep track of all the reports that we have forthcoming and hearing and responding to your request for consultation. We have a shelter services review report coming up. I'm sorry, that's not the exact language, but we have a shelter review report coming up, and we also have a prioritization framework coming up to this committee. Are those things that, are those examples of policies that the working group would like to be included on in the future?
Violetta, please.
Through you, Chair, absolutely. Acknowledging that some of the membership, I think a third of the membership, are service providers and may have to depending on if it's appropriate to do so, may have to declare a conflict of interest because they work at those shelters. Besides that, still there's great use and great value to the other membership that don't have an immediate conflict of interest, their opinions. When it comes to prioritization, when it comes to shelter standards, when it comes to the conversation of shelter, those are tremendously important to this work, to this advisory committee. It is part of our mandate to provide our thoughts, our knowledge, our expertise, so to speak, on those. I think those are excellent examples of ways in which we could be further engaged.
Councillor?
Thanks so much. No further questions.
Thank you. Violetta, thank you so much for your presentation today. I can say, and I'm not going to ask a question, but exiting institutions, that's a real challenge for us. And I'd be happy to speak with you at a later date. I think we have to speak to staff and perhaps go to the province and make sure they understand that patients are being released from the forensic unit with cab fare and no knowledge as to where they're going, and here's your prescription. Same thing with the institutions, the jailhouses, the jails. Here's a cab fare, off you go. And how are those people supposed to get back into society as a productive citizen when they don't even have that support when they're trying to get back in? So I'll leave it at that. I'd be happy to sit down and speak with you at another time, Violetta. It's good to see you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation and the annual report. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. And if there's no questions, we'll have that vote now, please. Thank you. And that vote carried 6-0. We're now moving on to item 9.1 in your agenda, which is the Red Hill Family Center Annual Licensing Inspection. HSC 23001, Ward 5, item number 9.1. Jessica Chase, Director of Children's and Community, and Irene Hefferman are here to speak to the item. Is there a presentation, or are they just here to answer questions?
Thank you, Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. To you, Mr. Chair, I believe they're online to answer any questions should council members have them.
Thank you. Are there any questions to item number 9.1? I'm taking it that those are from the last round. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Wang. And we'll have the vote, please. You. Thought I did. It's still up. There you go. Sorry. And that carried 6-0. Thank you very much. Okay, we're now moving on to item 9.2. Which is Fixing Long-Term Care Act 2021 FLTCA and Ontario Regulation 246-22 HSC 23008, Ward 7 and 13. Holly O'Darty, if I pronounced it correctly, will be speaking to this item. GM Burden.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. To you, Mr. Chair. Holly is online if there are questions of the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Jackson has a question. Holly.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Clark and General Manager Byrne. Then I can go directly to Holly. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senior Administrator O'Darty. Nice to see you. So just a couple of quick questions on the latest Provincial Governments Act in terms of long-term care homes, making them better. And I guess they learned their hard lesson during the course of the pandemic and a lot of the warts that were exposed primarily, Chairman Clark, in the private sector with some of the scandalous stuff that sadly went on with the frail elderly residents of some of those for-profit homes. Let me ask through you, Chairman Clark, to Holly. Holly, on page 2, it talks about the staffing plan. Can you explain, please? It looks like the province with this act wants a greater amount of hours per resident. Could you maybe explain, please, through you, Chairman Clark?
Thank you. Holly?
Through the chair, Holly O'Doherty, Senior Administrator, Long-Term Care Division. Yes, the 4 hours of direct care is what the new Ministry of Long-Term Care, Fixing Long-Term Care Act is moving towards in 2025. And as of right now, Macassa and Wentworth Lodges are sitting between 3 hours and 3 hours and 15 minutes per resident for care, in between registered staff, RPN, and RPSWs.
And thank you, Chairman Clark. And through you, a subsequent question. Is the funding flowing for these additional hours from the province? Through you, Chairman Clark.
Good question. Holly?
Through the chair, we are grateful for the increases in funding that we've seen for frontline staff. We brought forward a report in November 2021, I believe, where we were able to add 39.65 FTE to both of our homes, which was wonderful for care and services for our residents. And we are hopeful in 2023 that we will have another announcement and able to come back with another report with money and just requesting the FTE.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. I should have mentioned from the beginning for those listening in that I'm referring to both the 2 city municipally owned homes of Wentworth Lodge and Dundas and Macassa Lodge on the mountain. Senior Administrator, do you have recreationists that are employed with our 2 homes, or is that something that is, if you will, more of a luxury that homes no longer can afford, or do we still have them? Through you, Chairman Clark.
Thank you. Holly?
Through the chair, we definitely have our resident services team at both of our homes. And through additional allied health funding, that same report, we were able to enhance our resident services team at both homes. This really, we had done that throughout the pandemic. We spoke about that at council before in regards to more one-to-one services for resident activities, because we were not able to engage in our typical lodge-wide activities, and our resident services were able to enhance the quality of life and decrease isolation when families were not able to come in. So we're so excited about, yes, the additional resident services, and again, hoping for more to come in the future.
Excellent. And last question, Chairman Clark. What's this on page 2 again, Holly, at the bottom, item 2, a quality lead and infection control lead. Is this something brand new the province has brought in with this new act? Something you've already done? Is it an enhancement? Some explanation, please, through you, Chairman Clark.
Thank you. Holly?
Through you, Chair, Councillor Jackson, the new act has brought in, that's new. The IPAC lead and the quality lead are new positions. And what we're asking the ministry for is funding to be attached to those positions if that's part of the mandate of the act. Happy to share that our homes have been working on quality prior to that ask, and we've had quality lead shared between both homes, but we're not able to continue with that. We need a lead designated at each home. So through GM Angie Burden, we've been able to move forward with that, and we continue to work away with our IPAC lead positions for both homes. The work of the IPAC has changed. We've always had IPAC as part of the part of the long-term Care Act, but the Fixing Long-Term Care Act has really emphasized and highlighted the systemic changes that needed to happen of the learnings of COVID-19. So happy to see that they're wanting an IPAC lead, but hopeful that they're listening to Advantage in terms of the funding to be attached to the ask.
Excellent. Senior Administrator O'Doherty, we're to conclude, Chair Clark, we're very lucky to have your leadership overseeing our 2 excellent public homes and the 430 frail elderly residents that live there. Thank you, Chairman Clark. I'm satisfied with the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions of our delegate? Actually, our staff. Seeing none, I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Wang. Thank you. And we'll call that question too. And I voted that time. And that vote carried 6-0. Boy, we're getting fast. We're moving on now to item 9.3, which is the Seniors Advisory Committee, December 2nd, 2022. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes of that committee? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. Any questions on that report? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please, clerk. Thank you. The vote's up. And that vote carried 6-0. Thank you very much, clerk. We are now moving on to item number 11.1 in your agenda. This is the 2023 budget submission for the LGBTQ Volunteer Advisory Committee. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the item. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you. Any questions on the report or the budget? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. Thank you. The vote is up. And that vote carried 6-0. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to item 11.2 in your agenda, the standardization of paramedic emergency service vehicles. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the item. Moved by Councillor Tom Jackson, seconded by Councillor Wang. Thank you. Any questions for Chief Mike Sanderson or Cliff Eglinton, the Executive Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities? Seeing no questions, we'll call the vote, please. Vote is up. Thank you, Chief and Cliff, for appearing. That vote is carried 6-0. We are now moving on to item 11.3.
If I may, Chair?
Yep.
That is the report that has been withdrawn and will come back to us in March.
Thank you for the reminder. We're moving on to, no, I'm confused. I have 11.4 crossed out. So was it 11.4 that was withdrawn or 11.3? 11.3.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we're now moving on to the Affordable Housing Funding Program. Michelle Baird, Director of Housing Services Division, and Al Fletcher, Management, Investment, and Affordable Housing, are here to speak to the report. Steve Robichaud and Anita Faybeck are also here to answer any questions. Can I get a mover and a seconder to get the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Does anyone have questions of our staff? They're here to help. Michelle, you want to speak to it, please?
Yes, thank you. Michelle Baird, Director, Housing Services Division. So the report you have before you is a follow-up to previous council direction. This report really is acknowledging the continuing issues we're having with respect to the housing crisis, particularly as it relates to affordable housing in Hamilton. The recommendation in this report speaks to proposing an annual budget of $4 million to create affordable housing opportunities within the city of Hamilton through a forgivable loan process.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. And I guess to Director Baird, I might have missed this in the report. Is there a gap of kind of where you'd like to be in an ideal world to be able to provide funding in this kind of a program and where we're at right now? Can you just identify that, if it exists? Or is this like ideally where we want to be of the 4 million in this kind of program, I mean?
Director Baird.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I think I'm going to try to answer your question correctly. So is this the ideal? No, this gets us to a place where we have some ability to fund these projects to support affordable housing units. The $4 million ask here really is based on what we've used with providers over the past number of years. However, it certainly doesn't address the need for affordable housing overall. If we go back to the delegation that Graham provided earlier from Hamilton is Home, you will have noted that this does not actually come close to what the actual need is. However, the number really is based on historical use.
Councillor?
Thanks. I'm just going to ask for a little more clarity if I can. In a program like this, where you're using this money for other individuals to gain access to do kinds of things, right? Like I read the scope and understand the project, the kind of funding this is for, right? Ideally, in a situation where it wasn't about an ability to pay, what kind of amount of money do you think should be apportioned to a fund like this if it was possible? I just really want to understand what percentage of the possible that we're dealing with here. Like, is this 1%? Is this 0.2%? Is this 6%? Like, really curious to know just how far short our municipality is from being able to meet that need. Does that make sense?
Director Baird?
Yes, it does. Thank you. Through Mr. Chair. So it's a difficult question to answer. I would start by saying that because it really depends on the projects that are available in front of us and what the project need is. Does $4 million come close even to what it is that we need right now? No, likely not. If we look at the number of units that are proposed to feasibly be able to be built, should that support be there, it likely doesn't address that need. I don't know that I can give you a dollar amount, though, that would. I'll turn it over to GM Burden.
GM Burden, please.
Thank you, Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Crutch. One of the benefits of establishing this program is to create a process that is transparent, equitable, allows us as housing services and across the city to evaluate projects in a comprehensive way, and also avoids surprises in terms of proponents coming to council with requests in a last minute circumstance, because we will have provided an advance indication of what the municipality has to offer in terms of co-investment and support for the projects. So Director Baird had talked about the projects that Hamilton is Home has presented today. The YWCA, for example, is one of those projects that is now a council referred item. What we are trying to do is come up with, again, what Graham Cubitt had talked about is a predictable and anticipated amount and process that our providers can follow. I would add that through the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap, we will be providing a report to Council in April that starts to get at the gap between the supply and demand. And at that point, we expect to quantify the amount that it will take along every part of the housing continuum. So to your point, Councillor Crutch, the idea of what does it actually take around the acquisition and new development lens, we will have much more of an approximation. And then what we are hoping to do is create a container, if you will, whereby should council choose to invest more in that fund, we then have more dollars available for the partners that are working with us in the affordable housing space.
Councillor?
I see. I don't think I quite realized how much of a mechanism this was, but I understand more now from your comments how much of a mechanism this really is. I think it would be really helpful for me, and I'll ask when this comes back at some point. So I'm just saying this in advance of, the requests we get or will get into this fund and how those exceed the fund, right? I think I'm always just wanting to understand how the relationship, I'm always wanting to quantify a thing, right? Like this is falling very far short of something. Great. Can we quantify that? I think it's really important for us to be able to understand the position we're in the most realistic terms possible. And I think in terms that are legible for as many people as possible. So if we can arrive at some of that data or track that data or track the requests to come in, that would be really helpful for me. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Just seeking some clarification, again, trying to figure out how all of these mechanisms and all of these policies we have, especially the ones that are forthcoming, link to our stated goals to end houselessness and homelessness in Hamilton in this term of council by 2025. And so would it be possible just to get the understanding of this report in the context of our 10-year homelessness action plan and the related framework that's a part of that plan?
Director Baird, please.
Through Mr. Chair, yes. So I would say I would step back on a couple of things. First of all, I would say that we are coming back to you with a report in March. We recognize as well that some of these pieces may feel like they're coming in a piecemeal way. And we want to bring it forward in a holistic way so you can see how the pieces fit together, what pieces remain outstanding, and where further effort is needed in order to meet that goal of ending homelessness. This is certainly part of that work. When we speak to the need for supportive housing, that's certainly one of those pieces. If I were to quantify need in Hamilton, I could shape it for you to say right now we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 16,000 units, be they supportive units, whatnot, but we have a wait list of almost 6,000 people. So certainly we're not meeting the need right now. Does this meet that need? No. However, it does fit along that continuum in being able to support our providers in bringing further affordable units online.
Councillor.
Thank you. And again, this isn't meant to be a challenge by any means through the chair. I'm just seeking understanding of, if we have a stated goal, is it that we require the March report to understand what actions are needed to get that goal? And so we cannot have this conversation about how does this relate to our end target until this March report on prioritization comes in. I'm trying to get an understanding, if we have this stated goal, why that's not in the context or the rationale of this in the report recommendations here. Not to pull this apart by any means, but just to get an understanding as a governor, what directions needed in future reports to have these things in context. Thank you.
Director Baird.
Al Fletcher, Manager of Investment and Affordable Housing. I think probably the way to best tie it back to the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan is we have a goal in there of 350 units a year. Currently, we're doing on average about 50, 55 units a year. What this fund does is provide us some investment to try and move more projects forward quicker, or with the right resources or funding of capital to allow us to move closer to that goal of 350 units per year.
Councillor.
Thank you. I think that answers my question. Just a very, very short comment from me is I would really appreciate in future reporting some of those numbers and some of the tie into that plan, if that is our plan as a city and how we're moving forward, to have that distilled wherever relevant and wherever possible, especially as we lead up to March, where hopefully we're getting a prioritization framework to further support that endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang, can you take the chair for a moment?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So, $4 million a year, 3 years, that will be $6 million, or no, $12 million total that we're proposing for affordable housing. When I looked at the chart that's up there, I think they had 7 projects for RH funding, and I don't think the 12 million comes up to where they are. So let me ask a couple of questions, if I may. This RHI program, is that the right terminology? Is there a time frame as to when it's going to expire?
Director Baird? Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, Al Fletcher, Manager of Investment and Affordable Housing. So the Rapid Housing Initiative Round 3 funding has come out. We are to sign agreements by February 15th for acceptance of the money, submit projects by March 15th for projects that we believe are recommending under City Stream or Project Stream. The requirements of the RHI funding is that they are to have occupancy by November 2024.
Does that answer your question?
Oh, it answers my question. It brings more questions, but please proceed, Donald.
Sorry, just to clarify one thing, this is round 3 of the funding. We do not know if there's a round 4 coming or a round 5 or more funding options, or if they repackage it in a different way as well. There's also the funding that Mr. Kubit spoke about with co-investment, which is a separate CMHC funding source. Those two sources are not stackable, so there's limited funding right now.
And so the 7 projects that were highlighted on the presentation, and then it had the note proponents amount. What was that dollar value again? Does anyone remember?
I vaguely recalled that it was 60 million, but.
Leanne Burden.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee members. The total number of projects may be a more relevant conversation or context for this, in that only 7 of those would be eligible for RHI, but the 23 or 24 projects that were presented today, I believe that's where Graham had talked about the $180 million federal investment, which is approximately $260,000 per unit. In fact, we know that the total cost would be double that in today's market rates around construction and supply chain. So we are talking about very large numbers. And part of what we are looking to do through the housing roadmap is try to figure out how to tackle such large need. So if we look at the housing roadmap, to Councillor Wilson's questions, it's framed in 4 buckets. The bucket around acquisition and new development. We've just had a presentation today from Hamilton is Home, which is our largest group of providers, but isn't the only affordable housing provider. Their need currently with projects in the pipeline is $360 million. When we look at preservation of existing housing, so there you may have heard the statistic that for every new unit we build, we are losing 4 out the door because we need to try and figure out how to preserve the existing community housing stock. When we look at that and we look at projections from now until 2032, we are looking at potentially $500 to $600 million of investment needed for repairs. Yesterday, through the delegations, we heard many delegations talking about the incredible need that we have in our housing and our homelessness serving sector, which is that 4th bucket. And so part of what you're hearing, I think, is the fact that these needs are infinite in some respects, and we need to wrap our heads around what type of investment in each of those buckets can we as a city come to the table with. What do we need upper levels of government? And then how as a community do we come to the table across every sector? So if I may, the report has been written in a way that suggests that $4 million is not enough, but allows council to deliberate. This report, should the $4 million and this be approved, it is again referred to the budget process, where should council choose to deliberate and look at additional investments, that could be a conversation at the time, as well as funding sources for that. And part of the reason why we've engaged on the development of the roadmap is to look at innovative ways of funding and new solutions and collaborative community solutions. So I don't know if that answers your question, but just to give you a bit of scope of the need.
Councillor?
So the RHI funding, phase 3, there were 7 projects on the screen, and the proponent's value ask was $25 million for those 7 projects.
Through the chair, Al Fletcher again. It's their ask under RHI for those 7 projects is approximately $120 million.
And so what portion are they responsible for? What portion is the municipality responsible for? Everyone seems to be pushing it around to someone else. Oh, well, they don't have funding, so we can't do this. As it stands right now, with the greatest of respect, the goal of eliminating homelessness by 2025, not going to happen.
Mr. Fletcher?
Thank you. Through the chair. For the 7 projects that they've submitted, depending on the project, the owner's equity varies on what they're bringing to the project. The total estimated construction costs for those projects is approximately $150 million. They're looking for RHI asks of $120 million based on the submissions that we've received.
And so the RHI ask is to the municipality or it's to the feds through their RHI programming. Yes. And then that 25 million, which I indicated earlier, is what's left over. Is that correct?
That's correct. The other thing is they look for other sources of funding as well to add into these. For instance, if we receive OFI money or COCHI money in the future from the province, that's money we would be able to utilize to help fund this as well.
Okay, so my last question. What I'm calculating based on those 7 projects is 25 million is what they're asking for from someone in order for them to get the support for the RHI program. And if it was to the municipality and we said, okay, we're going to fund this portion, that's 2.5 points on a tax bill, but we haven't looked at debt that we could incur in order to fund that project. Correct? They may not be able to have that debt, but we could have that debt through a debenture or something else in order to raise the money to do that end of the project.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. So how do we get to that? I'm sorry for drilling down on this, folks, but if it is the community's support and the municipality has 7 proponents that would produce a significant number of affordable housing that we have not created in a long time, why can't we have staff go away and report back on the ways and means to find that money to get these 7 projects on the road? Because if we don't do that, in my humble opinion, no one else is. No one else is stepping up. No bank is stepping up. No credit union stepping up. No angel is stepping up. So we have to be that angel. So how can we get that across the plate so that staff can go back and say, okay, we could do this much of financing, this much of debenture, and this much of levy, or this much from the future fund, whatever the case is, in order to fund that proponent cost?
So is that a question to?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm so frustrated that we keep spinning our wheels and we're getting nowhere. And I spent the last 4 years with the previous council spinning our wheels and getting nowhere. I don't want to do that again.
Sounds good, Councillor Clark.
Through the chair, just to clarify, so there are a lot of providers out there that are being very aggressive on moving projects forward right now, more so than have happened in the past. So that is a benefit to the creation of new units. But to clarify, roughly the 7 projects they talked about are roughly $150 million to build. They're asking through RHI for $129 million. The other $25 million that's in there is built into owner equity. So that's money they're actually bringing to it. To make the projects viable financially, they need the ask of $129 million. So it's not just $25 million we're looking for to build these. It's actually, if you want all 7 projects, you take, we'll be discussing later about the RHI program in camera, about the value of dollars that are being provided. But to make all these projects work, it's a substantial investment of $129 million from a source. And that source, in my mind, can't be just the city, it's the feds and the province, but the money we get doesn't add up to the $129 million.
So I asked earlier, and I was told the 129 was what they're applying to for through the RHI. And I thought I clarified, and you agreed to this, that it was 29 million was the proponent's share. And if that's the case, then they need to demonstrate that they have that largesse somewhere. And if municipality doesn't step up, I don't know who's going to. So where did I get that wrong?
Director Baird?
Through you, Chair. I don't think that you're getting it wrong. I think there's components of this conversation that we need to share with committee through the in-camera discussion that we're going to have later. And I think that you're going to see where the pieces are and perhaps some of the limits around the CHMC funding, the RHI 3 funding that we're talking about. I don't think we're having a holistic conversation, I would suggest.
Okay, so
Councillor Clark, are you
I'll continue to ask my questions in camera, but I'm going to push on this because it's not fair. We've been spinning our wheels nonstop, and the province isn't stepping up. No one's stepping up. Go ahead. I know
Through you, Chair.
You're expressing your exasperation too, I'm sure.
Through you, Chair. So what I would say is we certainly feel the same, and that is part of the work that we're trying to do with respect to investment in housing and our HSIR roadmap overall, is how do we as a city step up? Because you are right that we want to see that happen, and we are at a place where we have our partners who are willing and have plans that could have units in place within really 18 months' time, and we are looking at an opportunity.
Thank you.
Jan Burden?
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the councillor. It is beyond, I think, our collective expertise to discuss what instruments the city has from a financing perspective. However, I do think that it's already in our work plan, and should that be something that council would like to have an outline of, would certainly be in alignment with what we are realizing we need as well.
Thank you. I apologize for taking up so much time. I'll take the floor back. Councillor Maureen Wilson has a question.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Just dovetailing on that very concluding comment, it was my anticipation through the chair that upon the hire and the readiness of the Housing Secretariat, that this community and this council were going to move forward collectively with shoulder to the wheel. And part of that is putting together a possible financial plan. Some of us have been having it individually, these conversations, and in the last term of council, some of us have suggested if this is our priority and this is the crisis, what are we doing with the Hamilton Future Fund? And then we went into consultation on that, somewhat limited. Some of us have asked in the capital budget discussion, what about green bonds? And we've received more information. And I'm hoping, I don't think now, and I don't know if this is the appropriate committee, I'll look for staff to respond, that we'll be apprised of sort of a financial plan that would afford us the opportunity to realistically uphold the trust and confidence of the community, so that when we state we wish to end homelessness at X date, and we state that we want to put 350 units on the market in the pool annually, and we're only hitting 50, that we come up with a financial strategy that is community-based, that would enable us to more realistically allow our community partners to be afforded the equity that they need in order for us and them to reach those targets. Am I correct in my assumption that that was coming forward, and that, you know, Councillor Wilson's discussions pushing us about green bonds, previous discussions about future fund as equity, those sorts of things are going to collide in a work plan coming forward? Through the chair.
Good question. GM Burden.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, yes. And I'm hesitating because I feel like we are promising a plan. It's not our intention to defer the questions or to stall. We are very well aware that there is a housing crisis and we need a different path forward. We are working vigorously to pull things together so that the 300 and how many units per year? 350 units a year that we committed in our housing and homelessness action plan. We've never done that. And so this idea of how do we move from an aspirational vision to concrete steps has been, I would say, 150% of the extra work that our teams have been doing behind the scenes to get ready. And we will be delivering all of that, Councillor Wilson, through you, Chair, to Council in April, and looking forward as well to the Canadian Housing Evidence Collaborative and their partnership to help us quantify the gap that exists locally in Hamilton.
Councillor?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's we have a lot of members of the community who were with us today, Chair Clark, who are doing an abundance amount of work on their volunteer time out of a sheer, just that sense of we want to be able to do something. And the tiny homes is one material opportunity for them to do something. And then I have to ask the pointed questions about Horizon and the chance of being able to transition when we're not meeting our matrix about there's no place for them to transition to. So in order to be fair to those community partners also, and to this city, we have to work together so that we're not setting people up to fail and projects up to fail. And that we have a clear understanding across the community. If this is our goal, this is how much it's going to cost us, and this is where it could possibly come from, and let's giddy up. So thank you, Chair.
You have eloquently expressed my frustration. Thank you very much. Okay, so where am I? Have we voted on 11.4?
We have an additional speaker in Councillor Alex Wilson, I believe.
Sorry, Councillor Alex Wilson.
No, it was a late request from me, and I'm hoping I get us to that vote. I'm wondering if I can just propose an amendment, looking just for the room's comments on this and maybe staff, but just wondering if we could add a G to the report that includes that the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities report back to the 2023 tax operating budget on the sufficiency of the $4 million and provide, given a needs-based understanding, and provide alternatives for consideration at that time. I just note that there are no alternatives for consideration in the report in front of us. I don't think we want to delay. I think we want to move forward. And I think the only questions in this room have been, is $4 million enough?
So your amendment would be in order if you'd like to move it, and we'll get a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Kretsch. You want to read it again so the clerk can handle it?
That the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities Department report back as part of the 2023 tax operating budget process on the sufficiency of the $4 million in the context of need, and recommend alternatives for consideration at that time.
That's well worded, Councillor. GM Burden, you good with the wording?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, are you speaking specifically to the sufficiency of the $4 million at this point?
My understanding is to go broader would be out of order on this report. So yes.
Yes, then we can do that.
Thank you. Councillors, do you need to see it on the screen? I'm seeing no. So let's go to the vote, please. Thank you, Councillor, for that helpful amendment. You spent $100 million while you were away, and we're building it towards 6. It's okay. Thank you. That vote carries 6-0. And now I need a mover and a seconder to approve the item. I think I had the mover and seconder. Yes. Thank you. As amended, please. The vote is up. Thank you. And that vote carried 6-0. Thank you very much. Okay, we're now moving on to item 11.5, which is the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelter proposal revised. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Before we get right into the entering of this, can I just understand how the two next things on the agenda are related to one another? Like I'm just having a hard time with temporally I'm struggling to do one thing and then this other thing, but they seem so related.
Yep.
So confused.
Clerk Kohler, please.
If I may see the chair. The first item that we're looking at is the report that was deferred from the December ENCS meeting, where the committee at that time asked that it be deferred until such time that staff can report back on location options. I'm paraphrasing the motion. So that is so what you're seeing in that is the report that was deferred in December. That still has to be dealt with. So it's come today and it's here. The reason why it's been revised was that because it was deferred, the timelines in the funding recommendations needed to be updated to reflect current timing. The second report is a product of the deferral motion at December saying, bring us back a report on locations. So the second report, and staff will correct me if I'm paraphrasing incorrectly, the second report is focusing on locations of the proposal.
Councillor?
Not to put too fine of a point on it, but it would seem to me that we ought to do the physical thing and the money thing, not the money thing and the physical thing. Like, that's just my thought. Like, if for some reason the physical thing was like, no, the earth has imploded, there are no spaces left, then we're giving money to nothing. Like, just to be hyperbolic about it.
I'd be happy to move a reconsideration if that's in order and just swap the two in terms of their agenda order, reorder the agenda if that's in order. Nope.
Nope. No, both of them in order. I just. Councillor, if you don't mind, I'm going to go. Councillor Wang, please.
I think that we still have to put the report on the table to discuss, but I think that one of the questions I'll be asking is if we approve, blue sky it, approve I want to understand like how many times we can come back to this report and what's the exit strategy if there's, so that's why I'm trying to get a sense from Councillor Crutch's question is that does it make sense for us to speak about the sites because of, I think where I might have a fundamental challenge on this is that if we say yes to this and it just keeps on coming back, there's no site, there's no site, there's no site, where do we go with that?
Okay, so to the front bench. So my understanding is that this report, 11.5, we did not make a decision at the last committee meeting and it was referred here. But at that committee meeting, we asked for a review of parks, I believe. And so now this document is here. It's actually doing what we asked for last time. See what I'm saying, Director? It is confusing.
Through you, Chair, you are correct. So the reports before you, one is the bring forward from the December. At that time, it was deferred and we were directed to go away and seek options with respect to sites. So that is what the second report is. It's in follow-up to the December 1st direction. But we still have the other report to handle because the first report provides the options with respect to funding.
Okay, and I'm trying to understand though, the recommendations in 11.6, staff be directed to review city-owned lands, including parks. But we directed staff to do that last time. Unless I missed something, I was under the impression that the amendment was directing staff to go away and look at parks and come back. GM Burden, please.
Thank you, Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. To you, Mr. Chair. I would say that the direction we received last time was to expand the sites that were being considered to include parks and to also report back on several of the sites that had been referenced, including Scout House, Sir John A. Macdonald. There were several others in there. And I guess the product that you have, as well as criteria. So the product that you have in front of you in terms of the report is the consolidated list of site criteria as presented by HATS and then added to by planning and housing services so that council would have the sites in, or the site criteria in front of them, and also an update on the sites that, like Scout House, in terms of their suitability. And we felt that we needed to come back, given some of the comments about whether this would be implemented this winter or not, and provide an update with where things were at. So it is true that the recommendation that staff are providing is to continue to work with HATS and explore that list of larger site options that include non-residential parks.
Okay, and the last point of order would be so we're going to move the recommendation to have you continue to work with HATS to look at the different sites, including parks, but the first recommendation is the budget number. So, yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I've consulted with the bench and people more knowledgeable than me, and we are recommending that those two recommendations be reordered so that the first, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't think we have an issue if you want to flip the two reports, acknowledging that if the new report 11.6 doesn't move the yardsticks enough in the analysis that you had asked for, then you may be referring the old report even more, or you may be dealing with both of them today. So I certainly wouldn't have any concerns myself if you want to deal with the second one first. Procedurally, I don't know how you do that. I guess that would be more of a question for the clerk, but there's a logic both ways, and certainly I could see the logic with going with 11.6 first.
Madam Clerk, can I just say we're dealing with 11.6 first and go back to 11.5?
Yes,
There you go. Okay.
I would consider it a change to the agenda.
Thank you very much. That makes it a lot easier for us. Okay, councilors, we have 11.6 before you, which is dealing with Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters site options and conditions. Any questions or comments on that? Councillor Alex Wilson.
Can I move it on the agenda? I think we need to move it.
Absolutely.
There we
You
go.
can move it, and I need a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Wilson, you wanted to speak to it?
No, I'm going to take a small restroom break, but just wanted to get the e-scribe vote.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. Councillor Kretsch, and he'll speak while you're gone. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you so much for ordering this. I don't think my brain would have been able to cope if it was in the other order. So I do really, I think I was the person who asked, or I feel like it was me anyways, who asked to defer it or something in December. Yeah. And then like to come up with some of the language around coming back with the preferred sites. And it's still really my desire, and it's always been my desire, that staff says what gives their weigh in on what the preferred site would be. And so today we heard Hats were like, hey, we're really jazzed with the Barton Tiffany lands. And I look in the staff report and it says, if I'm not wrong, let me make sure I'm in the right staff report now before I open my mouth. Indeed. And it says, the three remaining sites identified by Hats as preferred would be Cathedral Park and city-owned lands at Gage Avenue North, Lloyd Street, and Tiffany Barton lands. And so this says the focus of this report is to provide an update in the site locations and recommend next steps to identifying a potential site for tiny homes. Did I miss it? But did I miss this somewhere? What site are you recommending? I just feel like I missed that, and maybe I just missed it. I'm sorry.
GM Thorne, please.
Through the chair, it's a great question. What we've done is, and I know probably the hope was to have done a deep dive on dozens of sites against the considerations that we've got in the appendix and identify a preferred out of that. Just with the time we've had, we haven't been able to do a deep dive across multiple sites. Which is why the staff recommendation before you is what the staff recommendation is to, if council is comfortable with those considerations, we can apply those against multiple sites and come back with a couple of preferred. We did think it was important to put forward the alternative for consideration, which is if recognizing the urgency of the situation, the desire to move forward very quickly, there are a couple of sites that have been identified by Hats that could work. We aren't in the position to say those are actually the best sites of all of the sites because we have not done the analysis, which is what the staff recommendation is to do. But we're also very cognizant of the fact that that work is going to take a number of months to do what is in the staff recommendation, and that may not be desirable to have this issue delayed by many months. So that's what we thought was important to put forward some sort of alternative if the desire was to move quickly. These are sites that were identified by Hats. They have their pros and their cons, but we want to make sure there at least was that option in front of council if that's the direction you want to go in.
Councillor.
And another councillor said to me today, Cameron, don't forget that perfect can sometimes be the enemy of good. You may be referring to this conversation. And so I'm going to now ask the question in that spirit. Yeah, so here we are, right? Like just here we are. My question is, in the fact that we're here now today, and like I'm just curious about your recommendation based on what's in this report, based on the information we have access to, based on the best work you could have done between December and now. Like, do you recommend any of these sites? Think there's anyone you think would be good? Recommend any of the sites? Like none of them? I'm just curious to know. Like awkwardly.
So any of which sites? The sites that were okay. Thank you. So the three that were mentioned by Hats in the report.
So through the chair, I don't mind starting, and I forgot to introduce myself. Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. In terms of our role, if you look at the considerations in the appendix, the ones related to kind of land use and development and some of the locational ones were identified by by my department. So maybe I'll start, and then there was the criteria that have been put forward by Angie, and she can maybe speak to those ones. So I would say the one that was of most concern through the lens that I was looking at the sites through was the Scout House. That was certainly one of the ones that was identified hats, and that would be one that we would not recommend moving forward with in the immediate term, and that's related to access. There's the sidewalk access to that site is not ideal. Well, there's a big gap. It doesn't fully exist. And given that we would expect the site would be accessed primarily by people walking to and from it, that was a concern. And then that particular location on the street, those who know it would know that's a pretty busy street. It's a pretty, it's not a fully blind corner, but there were safety concerns with that one, which is why we were not recommending that one in the immediate term. Just to be clear, in a longer term basis, it could potentially have some potential. Of the other 3 sites that were identified, I wouldn't be in a position to say from the lens I was looking at it through that there is a best of the 3 from a zoning and land use standpoint. They're workable. They do have the access. My understanding from the sites, and we haven't done a deep close look at a design and a site plan layout, is that they could be accommodated in those locations without having to trigger a site plan review. What I don't know for the sites is around access to servicing. I'm making some assumptions that they would have hydro available, but we have not checked to confirm that. So looking at those considerations, they're workable, I would say, with all 3 of those sites. Again, just looking at the considerations that are sort of that first batch of considerations. One of the concerns that was identified was a site that could potentially have the potential to have informal encampments in and around the tiny shelter site. I would say all 3 of them would have that potential impact because all 3 of them are adjacent to large open spaces, large informal spaces. So all 3, I think, would create the risk, and that would be the primary concern from my standpoint on those 3. The other consideration that I think applies to, I would say, 2 of the 3 sites, being the Barton Tiffany lands and the Cathedral Park lands, is some work would be required to demarcate a tiny shelter area. So it would have to be demarcated from the broader site because I think it would be important to actually have the area for the use of the residents be demarcated from the broader property. The Lloyd Street one has a bit more, there is an existing fence, there's a bit more containment on that site, so I think it could be addressed. The other 2 sites would need something to demarcate the living area. So I'll leave it there. I can answer further questions, but I'll turn it from Angie to speak to it from her standpoint.
Thank you.
GM Burden.
Mr. Chair, it's Michelle Baird, Director of Housing Services Division. So from Housing Services perspective, I would say we don't have a lot to add beyond what GM Thorne added. I think from our perspective, all of these sites, we wouldn't necessarily have a preference. We consider more about what the operations of HATS overall looks like and what the outcomes would look like for our clients. I think the other piece for us is neighborhood acceptability would be quite important because it does come into play with respect to the safety of the clients that are there. And so for us, from our perspective, we would say that's probably one of the key pieces that still needs to be looked at.
Councillor.
Thank you so much for your clear answers about where you're at in terms of understanding your comfortability recommending a site. That's just really helpful, especially the context, especially the criteria, especially the clarity, and the analysis that you're doing. I'm going to leave it there with my questions and let my colleagues ask questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, did you have a question? No? I'm just reading the name. Pardon me? Okay, so we're moving forward with the vote then. Councillor Maureen Wilson, almost.
Sorry, Chair.
No, it's okay. That's what we're here for.
Thank you. I appreciate Councillor Crutch's questions, and I appreciate the insight offered by staff. if I could pivot to GM Thorne's remark about I have a number of questions, but it's at the top of my head, the clear demarcation. Could you unpack that further? What does that mean? Clear demarcation from, if I could just use, it's the one I'm most familiar with, Cathedral Park, which is both a work site for those going down into the Main King CSO and also a dog park at the moment, I believe. And it is a site, although mostly hidden, of existing encampments. So what does demarcation mean to you, GM Thorne, through the chair?
GM Thorne?
Through the chair, I think, and especially if it's a site that has other uses on the same site, and I think Cathedral Park is of all of the sites, the one that is most in that situation. This would be a living area for people, and I think to be able to have that demarcated so that other people accessing the site know that this is an area for those who are living there, and likewise the people who are living there know what area is for other uses. And so what that can mean from a physical standpoint, I think there's lots of options. Some, whether it's fencing, whether it's temporary barriers, whatever it might be. I think there's lots of physical options as to what that demarcation looks like. But I think in the interest of the privacy and the comfort of the residents, I think to make sure that there's an area that's demarcated and it's known to all people accessing the property, if there are others, that this is an area that is for the exclusive use of those residents.
Thank you. And through Chair Clark, an area used for the exclusive use of those residents. So to Director Baird, I think one of the sites in the report stated maybe it was SGEM. It wasn't considered desirable because it would be perhaps a magnet for tents and other people who do not have homes. So how do you anticipate us precluding if other people seek to enter adjacent or onto the site, if they would like to join with it?
GM Thorne?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So that is one of the considerations we had from Housing Services as well, that we are concerned that it could be a place where additional encampments or individuals come given the services that are there. SGEM in particular was one of the sites that wasn't desirable for HATS for that reason, not necessarily for us for that reason. We would certainly consider that for all sites.
Councillor?
So, Chair Clark, then on that concern that you've just expressed, how would you seek to address it, or in your deliberation further on your site review, how would you seek to address that?
How would we demarcate?
How would you preclude or prevent it from growing? Thank you, through the chair.
GM Thorne.
So through the chair, that might be one that I should handle. For those who don't know, my department also has responsibility for bylaw enforcement. And I would suggest that, and it was raised in one of the delegations, and I think it's a good question to raise, is what if there are encampments there either at the time of setup or once setup has happened, informal encampment moves into the site. As I noted, that is one of the considerations that we think is important. And I would say, unfortunately, with all of the sites that are on the potential availability in the short term, all of them, I think, have a relatively equal risk of that happening, because they would be small areas of very large sites that would create that risk of an informal encampment setting up in the vicinity. So in terms of the city's response, I'd agree with what the delegate said earlier. I think that would be for the city to respond. There would not be an expectation, nor would there be the authority for HATS to remove anyone from a city park or a city property. That would have to come to city bylaw enforcement. as council knows, we actually have a report in front of council that was deferred to the February 1st GIC about what the approach in those cases will be going forward. Through 2022, we did have a pilot project in place, partnership between housing services and bylaw enforcement. I'm happy to get into the details of it a bit if there are questions about it. But I think the enforcement response, if there's an informal encampment that arrives near a tiny shelters, we would treat it the same as we would treat an informal encampment in any other park or public space. What that looks like, I think, is before council very shortly to decide in the coming year.
Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. I think that is a serious issue for this council, this committee, and then council to deliberate, because depending on the direction that council may go with the proposed pilot, it could affect the operations and the look of any site. So I would share that with my colleagues. My second question is, I noticed that Solicitor Shields is not present, but what are the legal implications, and perhaps you've had this discussion and you can pass it along. At present, we have a parks bylaw which we prohibit overnight camping on public space. We are going to sanction, if this eventually moves forward, camping on public space. How would the municipality legally enforce a bylaw in some places and not in others? Through the chair.
Jim Thorne.
So through the chair, I think we would identify this use as not camping. We'd be looking at it as as it notes in the report. I'm speaking a little bit as the planner through the zoning lens, so hopefully that's okay. So we look at it as an emergency shelter under the zoning bylaw. The other potential category under the zoning bylaw would be as a public use. So if this is a use that is through agreement with the city, then it would qualify as a public use and would be permitted in a park. So we would not consider this an encampment or a camping, and so it would not, in my view, require a change to the park bylaw to permit camping, because that's not the use that we would identify.
Councillor?
Thank you. I have another question about the anticipation of a horizon. Again, in reference to, I'm just pulling this as an example to illustrate my point, I hope, or to describe my question. SJAM was not, HATS did not prefer SJAM, and it was stated during the delegation because the availability of the site in the long term, and I'm looking for the wording in the report, in the long term was uncertain. So from a program perspective, through the chair, what are you anticipating the horizon of tiny shelters to be?
GM Burden.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. The SJAM in particular, we understood would not be available beyond this winter. So it was very clear that to do all of this setup would not make sense if it was not available next winter. I think the request that HATS has put forward is a request for a 3-year pilot. And we continue to look at ways to ensure that this is not, frankly, the same as a Better Tent City, in which it becomes an end point for residents, but really is a transition point as Graham Cubitt had delegated on. That I think is an important demarcation that HATS has said is important to them. And so working with providers to ensure that there is flow through the tiny shelters. But our understanding is that it would be a 3-year project.
Councillor?
So
Got about a minute left.
thank you, Chair Clark. If that is the case, that it wouldn't be like the Kitchener example, and it would be transitional or a flow through, but we've heard about challenges in the capacity flow to where. Going back to who gets to live in a place like this, is it the assumption then, and I'm not familiar with the system about who gets selected to get into secure accommodation, would it be based, are you suggesting then that those who get selected to live in HATS, they get, they're identified as, do they move up a list, or are they at the top of a list in order for them to transition? And who are they, if that is the case, then who is being moved out for that?
GM Burden.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. One of the earliest ideas that we had that we were working on was the idea of tiny shelters as a transitional space by which individuals who were unsheltered would be living for a period of time and then moving into a new development. So some of the earlier models were looking at partnerships with affordable housing providers that were creating and matching that horizon to when those units would be available, and then having that type of trajectory. At this point, we don't know whether we have sites that are adjacent like that, but certainly that could be part of the model as we look to who would be identified off the by name list. HATS has said that they would be working with housing services around who those individuals would be, and it would be on the by name list. I'll let Director Baird add anything else that she'd like to.
Thank you. Through the chair. So this is an issue that in housing services we have concerns about and that we have given great consideration to. For us, it's important that the intake process and who lives within the tiny shelters does make sense and that there are clear criteria adhered to. But we don't want to see that this becomes a fast track, if you will, into additional housing options whereby individuals might choose to live in a tiny shelter, if you will, as opposed to an actual one of our existing shelters in order to get that preferential treatment. So we do need to see that the eligibility criteria is very much aligned with what we see in shelters. I would say parallel to this, as was noted previously, we're also going through a shelter review process right now. Our shelter operators overall have been working to update the shelter operating standards that they adhere to as we come out of the pandemic. So we want to see some of those barriers that currently exist in shelters, whether perceived or real for individuals, and how individuals feel safe or their needs met within shelters. As those pieces of work sort of progress and we evolve the shelter system overall, hopefully that this would be a time-limited project, because we wouldn't want to see, for us, a tiny shelter is not an endpoint, and nor is it permanent housing. And so really we do want to see some clear eligibility criteria, and that this is in many ways like a shelter for those for whom a traditional shelter might not yet be working.
Thank you.
I have a question about the last time this committee deliberated. There was a concern or a question raised about having inhabitants give over some of their ODSP or something like that. And there was a lack of clarity on that. Are you able to bring any further clarity to that on that through the chair?
Thank you.
So through the chair, no, I don't have any further clarity on that. To clarify, I'm assuming your question is about applicability of the Residential Tenancy Act and what that looks like and whether or not it's an option?
My understanding through Chair Clark is that there was questions/concerns raised that people who are living in the tiny shelters had to offer up some of their assistance that they receive in order to be accommodated. And I see GM Burden wants to answer.
GM Burden.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to you, Councillor Wilson. So I remember the conversation now, and there is precedent in our transitional living programs where providers do, in exchange for living, have a portion of the ODSP and OW social assistance. So my assumption would be that HATS would follow that same precedent. I'm just looking at Nadia. Yeah, so Nadia is confirming that that's how that has worked.
Okay, thank you. I am seeking one final question on clarity. Recommendation C in this report, could you, just my experience is that I'm going to couch my remarks, Chair Clark, in that over the last 4 years, I have been trying to work very intentionally in enabling the residents of Ward 1 to have information that unpacks the complexity of those who are living without appropriate shelter or any shelter. And it was largely a response to encampments. It was raised by one of the delegates, well, why do people get upset? And why is the hostility? And my method of responding to that was everybody's entitled to their feelings. I'm not here to tell you whether what you feel is right or wrong, but it is my responsibility to be held accountable for the information that I have and that's been given to me in my service to unpack the complexity of these issues and to also explain my decisions. For example, voting against the encampment protocol, I explained why I did that. I'm giving this long preamble because through that experience, it's also taught me the best way in which to undermine trust and confidence is to, when you're engaging with someone, say that it's engagement, but it's not really engagement. It's just we're telling them what we're going to do, and we want you to give us some feedback on what your concerns are. So how do you interpret C, if I could ask through the chair?
Director?
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor. It's a very good question, and I think it speaks to my other point that I made about the importance of neighborhood acceptability with respect to success and how the clients in HATS will be treated and ultimately respected by the neighborhood at large. I think that recommendation C for me with respect to engagement is the key to building trust and probably the ultimate key to success here. And so I think that it involves communication and two-way communication. You're absolutely right that it needs to be communication so that individuals in our community can express what their concerns are, and then communication that's transparent with respect to what the program looks like. I think that it's consultation, communication, and probably collaboration so that this is something that's done together. And I think that's what, for us, consultation looks like, and consultation would be occurring as part of that process, and that part of that figuring out what a site looks like and what a site could be, and not just sharing of information. That's what we would expect to see.
Thank you. And so I'm going to move on now, Councillor Wilson.
If you could put me back on, thank you.
Kidoki. Councillor Alex Wilson.
My colleague, Councillor Wilson, will be back shortly. I just have one question for General Manager Thorne in relation to an answer provided to Councillor Wilson, and it was with respect to the zoning. And I just want to be really clear, what I heard was correct, that we could designate this as a public use, and therefore it would be exempt from the parks bylaw. Is that what was said?
GM Thorne, clarification, please.
Through the chair, not quite.
Okay, thank you.
Under the zoning bylaw, there is something called a public use that is permitted to occur in various locations, including most parks, not all parks, but most parks. And what would establish something as a public use, it can be a variety of things. So like if it's it could be a confection stand or something like that that's operated by the city. If this were a use that was operating under an agreement with the city, which is what is proposed, that they'd be delivering a service under agreement with the city, then from a zoning standpoint, we would look at that as a public use, and therefore locations in the city that permit the public use would permit this. On, as I've said at previous meetings, on private property or on non-parks properties, this use would also meet the definition of, in our view, emergency shelter. So it would be permitted in any areas that permit an emergency shelter or a public use.
Councillor?
Thank you. That does really help clarify. Again, just on the note of, I think we have a new council that's very invested in solving these issues and very invested in moving forward. In the report that was referred to the next GIC, one of the recommendations that we heard from residents with lived experience and providers was that some folks saw some value in a sanctioned encampment. HATS, the proposal in front of us today, may meet that need, but there's also other alternatives that could meet that need. Not saying we have to pick one or the other, we could have multiple. I'm trying to get an understanding of, has it always just been this simple to change the bylaws with respect to a sanctioned encampment? Just really, that was a new lever, and I get that we're waiting a little bit away, but thank you.
Yes, and through the chair, if I could clarify, because it is an important clarification, you can't, council wouldn't just be able to deem something a public use and say, therefore, it's allowed anywhere. Like, I'm not going through all the details of what's in the zoning bylaw because I don't have it in front of me, but there would have to be some sort of it has to be delivering some sort of public service under the auspices of an agreement with the city. It can't just be a situation where you're saying, well, we're just going to say that's public, therefore it's permitted. And I'm speaking through a zoning bylaw lens at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I have a lot of follow-up questions, but I think they're for a different meeting. I'll point out if we're funding outreach staff, that seems like city are engaged. So yeah, a lot of questions, but not for here, I guess.
Thank you, Council. Councillor Maureen Wilson. I lost track of which time it is, but go for it.
Yep, thank you. If I could, through the chair, Chair Clark, go back to Michelle Baird, just so I'm crystal clear on recommendation C. That staff include in the report back the approach proposed by HATS for a HATS-led community engagement process with respect to any identified sites. So that recommendation, as I read it, necessarily falls from the work that has to be done in recommendation E and B. And if that is true, I'll look for confirmation on that. If that is true, then C means we're not selecting a site. We are going to communities because that's what is problematic. That's not consultation. We are not selecting a site and recommending it. We're waiting for HATS to define a community consultation approach about how these sites are going to operate. I'll stop there. Thank you. Looking for
Director Baird?
Through the chair, yes, that would be my understanding of what C is and how it fits with the other recommendations. That any sites that are identified as feasible would need to go through that consultation process, that we are not identifying the site. That process is part of it.
And to clarify, who sets the type of consultation? The city or HATS?
So that HATS is going to put together what that engagement process looks like, but that would be done with us. We could have some.
With the city. Okay. Thank you. Okay, councillors, any other speakers? I'm seeing none. So 11-6 is before us, properly moved, and it would be time for the vote. That vote carried 6-0. Now we're jumping back to 11.5, which is the revised Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters proposal, which was deferred back to us. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Wang. Seconder? Alex Wilson. Item is before us. Any comments or questions? Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation C for the funding says the $100,000 to be funded from a housing services division surplus or the tax stabilization reserve. While it's probably out of order, we've already dealt with it, but we are privy now, as is the public, that for $100,000, we can prevent 55 families or 25 couples at risk from entering the stream of homelessness. That's before us. That has been stated by staff. We can, for $100,000, we can secure housing to ensure they're not in a precarious position for 90 singles. Or we could direct $100,000 to Indigenous service providers as part of our commitment to truth and reconciliation and to meet need. So I guess my discomfort on all of this has stemmed from if we have a surplus, I'd like the surplus to be explained at a time of crisis. And I would prefer, if we have a surplus of $100,000, that it could be provided to ensure that 55 families don't enter into that pathway of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. GM Burden, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Thank you for your comments. I would also offer that this report was presented last ECS with the recommendations of under what criteria would staff recommend the implementation of HATS and tiny shelters on the Barton Street site. And it had attached to that criteria conditions that would need to be met from an operational perspective and also a mechanism for funding. I would suggest that there are many priorities that the Housing Services Division is already applying toward any surplus towards. And if it be the will of committee, we could defer this report in entirety until the former report is brought back with the potential new sites to consider. The report and the $100,000 was really the recommendation of how we would fund the implementation of the tiny shelters, if that's helpful to the committee.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Very helpful. If I could, though, GM Burden, my second part of that question was, could you explain the status of why we have a surplus at this time? Thank you.
GM Burden.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I'll start and then ask Michelle to correct or to add. For example, when we look at shelter beds and shelter capacity with one of our providers, we had approved, council had approved the expansion of those shelter beds to 100, I think it's 100, but 100 beds. And because of human resource constraints, that shelter is only able to be operating at 67 beds. So we do, in that particular funding envelope, have unanticipated surplus. However, we do have direction on any given year for where we apply Housing Division surplus to meet the need, and there is no shortage of need. And I think some of the language that you had read earlier was an example of areas we would redirect those funds to.
I appreciate that answer. Thanks helps me understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just so that I'm understanding this revised report, that should we put forward the recommendation to move forward with this, there's $100,000, but then it's contingent on the proposed site being deemed viable, and then we would flow through dollars. Is that how that works?
Through the chair, yes, you're correct that these are operational dollars for the project when it's actually viable and ready to go.
Okay. So then after it's deemed viable, it's set out in increments of every 6 months, half of the 100K. Is that correct?
Through the chair. So the challenge on this one right now, I think coming back to the piece about surplus, is perhaps there is benefit in deferring this report, because if a feasible site that's operationally feasible is not identified for some time down the road, I think we're speaking that in the past with respect to funding available. So yes, there are criteria attached to the funding and attached to continuing to receive the funding. I just think it's a challenge right now because it is operational dollars. There might be benefit in deferring this report until we have something viable.
And then when would we have this report again? I'm sorry, I know GM Burden said it.
So the report, through the chair, so the report would come back at such time when a feasible site was identified, went through that consultation process, and was ready to be operational.
So does it make sense to kind of split up this report to actually say, step 1, find a feasible site, and then step 2, fund it?
I think we just passed a motion that asked for a feasible site.
Okay.
I know it gets very confusing, but that's what we have done so far
we've
today.
just passed a report that said, yes, there's 3 potential sites, but in this potential, it says that they need to go through consultation. They need to talk about which actual site it is, because right at this point, there are 3 sites.
Correct.
1, we don't know which one of the 3. 2, we don't have community consultation.
Correct.
So technically, there are 2 steps ahead of it being called viable. And then we're going to have another report to come forward, because we don't know if the money's going to be there anymore. Am I getting this correct?
You are correct. That's what I just heard from the GM Burden.
Through the chair, you are correct. I would just like to correct one piece, that the piece that was approved, the previous report, we didn't necessarily approve 3 sites versus you approved the staff recommendation before committee, which was really to go away and look at all possible sites, go through that consultation process with community, and then identify a site. So it's not that we're approving those 3 sites, but rather the broader process.
Councillor?
Yeah.
If I may, would it help if I put the recommendations of the last report up on the screen so you could see?
No, I have them up.
Okay.
Because I do see the Appendix A that has all of the criteria. I do understand that. I'm just thinking about the ballooning costs of staff time dedicated to this. I am also thinking about, as we continue down this path, this is becoming more and more untenable. Because just given our actual bureaucratic process, we're actually nowhere closer to making a decision on this. So I think that I'll leave that as a comment.
They're saying you're right, by the way. Thank you. Okay, we have a speakers list. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair Clark. I'm listening very carefully, and Director Baird, please, you confused me with your last answer. So what I voted on in 11-6, I see 6 sites here: Sir John A. Scout House, city-owned lands, Gage Avenue North, Lloyd Street, Tiffany Barton, and Cathedral Park. And there was a preference by the HATS group taking 3 of those 6 as their top 3 choices. But you just said, Director Baird, and please correct me if I totally misunderstood through you, Chair Clark. You said, no, committee did not decide on those 3 sites, but the broader look of more sites. Can you please clarify for me once and for all? And I apologize if I misinterpreted your last answer. Through you, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. GM Thorne, I believe.
Yes, through the chair. My understanding is that on 11/6, council approved or committee approved the staff recommendation, not the alternative. The alternative would have been to jump straight to the short list of sites. But what was, as I understand it, on the floor and approved was the staff recommendation. So with the staff recommendation, the direction to us now is to use that appendix, all those considerations in the appendix, to look at city-owned lands, including parks, assess them against those considerations, and come back to council with a short list. That's the work that we would be doing.
Come back to this committee here.
Correct.
So, GM Thorne, thank you. So on page 4 of 5 of report 11.6 that we dealt with, and I'm sorry I have to reference it, Chair Clark. I know once we deal with the report, we shouldn't go back, so forgive me if I'm out of order, but it just ties into what's before us now with 11.5.
Go ahead, you're in order.
Thank you, sir. There was the 6 sites on your report, staff's report, that working with HATS, you reviewed these 6 sites. Now you're saying, no, Councillor, we're going to go back, and what you approved in A part was look at a whole host and range of sites again. So what was the purpose then of page 4 when you said City Hamilton staff have worked with HATS reviewing potential sites, and here's the 6? Can you further reconcile for me, General Manager Thorne, please, through you, Chair Clark?
Please.
Yes, through the chair. So the 4 sites were identified by HATS, and what we noted in the alternative for consideration was if council wished to forego the broader analysis and just jump right to one of those 4 sites, that's what was put out in the alternative for consideration. But my understanding in terms of committee's direction is that it was the staff recommendation, which is to apply that appendix of considerations against all city-owned properties that meet those considerations, and to come back with a short list of sites that may or may not include those 4 that were identified.
So thank you, Jim Thorne. So Chair Clark, basically the HATS delegation and presentation today is academic. There was really no need for them to be here today because we're basically starting, I'm seeing the hands going up that are reaffirming my opinion. We're just starting back at square one. And listen, I get the angst. I understand it. Again, I said 4 hours ago, I've never been a big champion of some of the social causes that some other members of council are, and I acquiesce and bow to their incredible work on the social front. I've never been a supporter of encampments in public parks. My community in the East Mountain doesn't want them. We don't have them. So I have stated that right up front. I couldn't be more transparent and honest. But today's meeting has been quite interesting and intriguing for me, hearing about the lack of a warm embrace from the HATS delegation's presentation, and the fact that this has been very enlightening for me, quite frankly, to hear a lot of the commentary that's come about. Lastly, the $100,000. Am I hearing now through the line of questioning that the $100,000 won't be committed at all? Did I hear that from GM Burden and or Director Baird? And I thought the 100,000 was what the HATS group wanted committed today moving forward so that they could use that as incentive to get other sources of funding. Through you, Chair Clark, to staff, please.
GM Burden.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to you, Councillor Jackson. So with the voting and the carrying of the vote to direct staff to explore further additional sites, the $100,000 and the other recommendations around criteria, I would argue would be premature because we have not landed on a site. So unless there is different direction, in the same way that we deferred the entire report until staff could come back and report back on sites that would be potentially feasible, we are recommending that we again defer the same pieces because currently we do not have a site that has been identified as a candidate site.
Thank you for your honest answer, General Manager Burden, and your interpretation of the line of questioning that was forthcoming to you about the $100,000. So once again, if that is now in a state of abeyance, I think the Hats, unfortunately, the delegation today really was, in my humble opinion, a waste of their time because we're deferring. We're looking at all the sites again. The 100,000 is up in the air. And again, Chairman Clark, to conclude, we just need to have some genuine conversation amongst the political body of what we are willing to accept and what we're not willing to accept. Everyone knows my opinion from the last term of council on encampments, the homeless. I have a big heart for trying to solve the matters, but there are places where they should not be. And I'm sensing I may not be alone anymore in that positioning. Thank you, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. The next speaker is Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
So I have a couple of questions, but I just want to start with an ultimate comment with where I'm going to try and work us towards, but I think I'll need more time after these 5 minutes to draft a motion. Just working. I don't think doing it from the floor is going to be efficient. So hoping other folks have questions. But my first questions are to Director Baird. A couple of times during the last report, I think I counted at least 3 separate times, I heard the language, Housing Services shares those concerns about the proposal. Could you just walk us through a little bit more about, in a general sense, what operational considerations need to be locked down from a Housing Services perspective before Housing Services would no longer have concerns? And just to be clear, I'm not saying we have to get those done before we can decide, but I am really curious about what's outstanding.
Thank you. GM Baird, or Director Baird.
Through the chair. So for us, to the councillor, it truly is the operational pieces of what this looks like, who is a candidate to live in a tiny shelter, what that looks like, what that intake and flow through ends up being. What we don't want to have happen is that individuals, so I'm going to answer frankly as well. So what we don't want to have happen is that individuals who are currently in a shelter suddenly leave a shelter and move into one of the tiny shelters. It doesn't solve any of the problems in the community because we end up with individuals still in encampments that are currently encampments. And so we don't want it to be a more attractive solution perhaps than a shelter is. We also don't want it to be a means by which people are prioritized, whether, even inadvertently, to receive services that perhaps others within shelters don't receive those services. We want to see that the standards we hold shelters to with respect to how individuals do flow through the system are applied in the same way. For us, so it really is about the operational pieces. We just need to see what that looks like, work with HATS, on operationalizing that and seeing that we are seeing outcomes by which this is not a permanent or end housing solution for folks when we know that that's not the housing solution we want to see for people long term.
Thank you so much. And just to clarify, because ultimately staff have recommended this proposal in the initial report, that's the staff recommendation. And so just seeking clarification that those concerns that presently exist, mostly regarding operations, are believed to be surmountable. It's just those conversations and those agreements haven't happened yet. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, they're not insurmountable for sure. We would certainly want to have further dialogue with HATS and work out what this looks like. For us in Housing Services, certainly we need to understand how this fits within the housing continuum. We come back to our dialogue earlier with respect to the goal of ending homelessness. How does this fit within that context and our action plan overall, and really arrive at a place where people are housed?
Thank you. Just a final question from me, I guess, along the lines of, do you believe that the current recommendations in the motion as presented, I think we have to do some tweaking anyway, because Barden is specifically named and that's not where we're going. So we have to, if we're moving forward, we have to change something. Do you think the recommendations currently will lead to those operational considerations being addressed, or would further language be needed to facilitate that communication collaboration between the groups?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, I don't feel that there's further language needed. I think that we have been collaborating with HATS. Certainly there's a willingness to continue to do that. I would speak certainly for housing services. I think that's the case all around. And so I don't think further language is needed. I think that there's just operational pieces that need to be worked out.
Just switching to comments. So thank you so much, Director Baird. Just my thoughts are, what we've heard from several delegations is that there is value from the perspective of proponents in the city endorsing this idea for legitimacy, for fundraising, and for other endeavors to move the project forward. The conversation we've also heard today is that many folks have shared that from perspectives of due diligence, making sure there's elements of equity and that the city's broader mandate and commitments are realized through this proposal, there's also more work to be done. I would hope that we can leave this meeting today maybe in a different place than where Councillor Jackson was suggesting, and that we can provide that endorsement. We can provide, potentially if the committee is willing, a willingness or maybe an MOU for funding, but as opposed to the current language where it's an immediate transfer, it is conditional on some of these things being done, as is, you know, I'm working off the existing motion where the funding would be returned or, you know, reused if a site could not be found. That seems to be the place we're in. I'm wondering if we can not come to a complete stagnation, provide some path forward, and as well allow these communication and this conversation to happen between staff and the group as needed. I think that both, I'm not sure if the committee agrees with me, but that's an outcome I'm wondering if we could pursue today. And I think it requires some motions.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest at some point that this gets deferred back so that you can actually draft those motions, because the last thing I want to do tonight is draft motions on the floor. We are 2.5 hours behind. Councillor Kretsch, you're next.
On that, I won't be long. I don't have a question. I just want to say that the reason why I put on the floor this ask of staff to come back with this site was because for three reasons I really want to make publicly clear. Number one, it was my understanding, naively or not, that Mr. Johnny McDonald's site was a viable site as a temporary short-term site. This report says, it's not. It's not that anymore. So that like totally just took the carpet out of the conversation for me, because consultation has been done in that area. Consultation was done in that place, and that site was kind of like, okay, this is a good pilot location to do this thing. That's no longer on the table anymore. And so I kind of expected today that we were going to have that conversation and be like, okay, like, check mark, right? It's happening, to Councillor Jackson's point. Like, that's where I expected it to be. But for reasons, which I don't think we're allowed to get into, by the way, I don't know any of the reasons, but they're not in the report. It's not available as a property to use anymore. So the whole reason underpinning my ask for the staff to be involved in the selection process, now that I've said that, is I really, really, really don't think we should be getting in here as a council to be like, oh, this site, that site, this site, that site, this site. What the heck do I know to be polite? Like, I don't know enough about all these things that planner knows about sites. And what got us here in the first place was the political nonsense around, I don't want that site, I don't want that site, I don't want that site. And so I've been trying my hardest to avoid that shenanigan. And looks like I failed to do it because the actual site that I thought would work just went into the air. So I don't want to say all that out loud, because I think that's the crux of the problem I'm faced with, is that, like, tried to do the right thing, tried to depoliticize this and rectify a past wrong, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. And then now we're here. So I get to at the end, I do have a question, which is, can staff shine any kind of light on why this site, the Sir John McDonald site, is not available for this project, to the extent that you're allowed to say? Because I'm sure people want to know, because I don't know.
GM Thorne.
Yes, through the chair, and it has nothing to do with in terms of what allowed to say and not allowed to say. When we spoke to the HATS group, they had identified that their understanding was that the very, very short-term nature of that site made it not a viable option as a temporary site for them. So that was the basis for not including it. Councillor?
Could you unpack what the very, very short-term nature is? Like, do you know what that's about? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is the thing?
To the chair, I'm making an assumption that it's sort of the potential demolition of the Sir John A. Macdonald site or the construction activity on the Sir John A. Macdonald site, but I'm making that as an assumption because that's always been sort of one of the concerns with that site is that eventually there will be a demolition and redevelopment. I don't know the precise timing of it, but in speaking with HATS, they didn't think it was a viable short-term option.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave the mystery there with a happy question mark and cede my time.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Yeah. I always appreciate Councillor Crutch, his unfiltered remarks. I too wanted to get away from the politicization of this. My questions pertained to operational matters because I believe we're talking about a place to live for people who aren't around this table right now. And I'm trying to do my due diligence so that I can go to the public, all of the public, and say, yes, that question was raised and our housing director said this, or ultimately all the operational concerns were deemed to be, we can work them out. And there can be accountability and there can be a matrix. And so what maybe some of my colleagues may suggest is a contradictory position, I say it's actually a consistent position. My responsibility is to all residents, whether they're unhoused at the moment or whether they're housed. My questions are, in providing this kind of service, are we making people's, is this better than an unsanctioned encampment? And tell me how it is, other than there's hard walls and not soft walls. And those questions come with questions about things that are going to hold us accountable. So I understand the frustration. I too was hoping that I would receive a recommendation on, we've applied all of this. A, we think it's a feasible model and it's in keeping with our objectives and as part of our housing operations and plans, and that B, so we can move ahead, and B, here's a site. And why this site? Why have we chosen this site? And we don't have that. So as a consequence, we need to apply the criteria. So one of these sites, I think, is contaminated. Or is it? I don't know. So are we okay with that? Is that okay to go forward with a site that may have contamination on it? I don't know. I was hoping to receive that assessment. And I was hoping to take this out of my hands and agree to the criteria, agree to the assessment, and then engage with the public on this. And I understand and completely sympathize with the frustration of some of the people behind me and what their expectations are as well. So that's, and to Councillor Crutch's point, public consultation has taken place about SGM. I don't know what its plans are. I don't know. I don't know why it's not on the table, but now that consultation hasn't taken place, our obligation is to do such. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, could you take the chair for me, please?
Sure thing. Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Vice Chair has had a different appointment, so I am frustrated. We have approximately 1,500 homeless in Hamilton. I'm seeing nodding heads. We're talking about 10. For over a year now, we have been wrestling with this, or a little bit under a year, we've been wrestling with this. And we just keep going around in circles. My fear is that while some people would call it politicization, it's really consultation with the neighborhood. And when we're consulting in the neighborhood, we may find people who feel uncomfortable with this. And so it needs to be explained to them what the program is, what the safety is, how's the security, all of those things need to be explained, because otherwise those residents, as Councillor Jackson has indicated, are going to be the people who say, yeah, no, I don't want that, I'm afraid. And I get that. I get that completely, and I think everyone around this table does. And so that's the frustration. And I know that, you know, the pundits in the community and the papers will call it's politics, but that's what politics is. We have to consult the public on these things. If we don't consult the public, then we're failing in our duties to enact good public policy. Our job is to help educate the public and hopefully move the public together towards some type of consensus on a plan. That's what we do all the time in Mr. Thorne's department. I've got developments in my own ward right now. People are upset, they're angst, they've got tremendous density happening in a very small area and they're concerned about it. That's not necessarily politics, that's our job. So I am frustrated. And given where we are with the item that we just passed and some of the other things that my colleagues want to discuss to put into this 11.5, I really think it's prudent that we defer it. You need to have that opportunity to draft those motions. And I'm honestly, guys, I'm very patient. But drafting motions on the floor, there's nothing more that gets my hair up and my dander up than trying to draft a motion on the screen. And it puts the clerks in tremendous pressure, and it's not necessary. We can defer, have that discussion, come back with a revised motion, and see if it will fly again. I'm still, at this point, feeling concerned that we're not going to get there, that we're going to keep running up against an issue about site location. I think that's going to be where we head. So until we can find that, I think we have no choice but to defer this recommendation in 11.5. And I would move, I can't move it because I'm the chair, but I can move it? Yes, okay. So then I would move that motion.
Not a correction, but I believe that I had Councillor Alex Wilson moving the deferral, but I may be completely confused on that one as well.
I was going to try and edit what was here, and I do not think that is possible given the number of revisions required in this moment.
And through the chair, I would suggest that's not a good idea for this moment. We concentrate on the deferral. When the report comes back eventually, and I will need clarification on that, then you do as you wish.
Okay, so I'm going to
Councillor
move.
Clark, you want to defer?
I will move the motion to defer.
I need a seconder for that.
Anyone willing to second that? Councillor Jackson? Yep. I'm looking to our staff and to 30 days sufficient, or can you get this done faster than that? To perhaps 2 meetings from now? Can we do it that way? Do you have a date for 2 meetings from now?
Yes.
Sorry, I took over as chair. My apologies.
I need to, sorry.
February 16th, I believe, is the second ENCS meeting in February.
GM Thorne is signaling.
February 16th is, it looks like from Karen Langer Thorne is saying correct. I don't have my calendar in front of me. So if I understand the deferral motion in front of us, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Jackson, is to defer item 11.5 on today's agenda to the Emergency and Community Services meeting for February the 16th, 2023. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct. I'd like to hear GM Thorne.
Through the chair, just want to make sure it's not committee's expectation that all of the analysis that was done to be done as part of that previous report is done at the same time, because that would not be nearly enough time.
No, my expectation, my hope is that we're going to be able to get a recommendation that everyone can support, or at least we'll have the majority. Right now, we don't have that.
So we had not put a timeline to how long it would take to do the analysis of sites under the previous reports. I'm talking now about 11.6. But I would say that we are talking about a couple of months' work to do that. I haven't put a timeline to it, but you know, that this is a fair bit of work, and we don't have people who are dedicated to doing just this.
Still deferring it, so yeah. What's the?
Councillor Wilson wants to speak to this motion. That the deferral is on the table, which is in order. We can speak to the deferral itself. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my understanding is that we can speak to the instructions in the deferral, and that's exactly what I would suggest there are. So we're not in the exact same position 30 days from now. I don't necessarily know where you're heading with this, Councillor Clark, as to what instructions might be warranted, but adding some, I think, might help staff in determining what information we want to get to that decision point.
Section 3.14, motion to defer. The motion is debatable. And so we need to add, we cannot debate a motion that's a referral according to our procedure. So we're deferring it. And what was the time frame?
Up to this point, the deferral was for till February 16th, 2 ENCS meetings from now. That's where we're currently at.
Right, yes. That is what I understand for this report only. So this report, Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters proposal, comes to the February 16th meeting, as it is now, because that is the, if I may,
I agree.
a little bit more. The act of deferring keeps the report exactly the same.
Until another one comes up. Correct.
So then if on February 16th they wish to amend this, they can.
I think that makes, like, based on what you're saying, what staff is saying, I think that makes sense. And what we can do then is ask for an update at that point, and maybe there's some more clarity you could provide in 2 meetings from now about how long you think that site selection and community engagement process will last. That seems to be a reasonable ask of you at that time to come back with a little bit more concrete timeline.
GM Burden.
Through the chair, if you're comfortable at that time with a verbal update and a bit more certainty around what the full timeline would look like, then yes, we can do that as a verbal update when I'll call it the money report comes back.
Okay.
I think we've got agreement on the bench. Okay.
And if I just may specify one more thing quickly, the report B, none of the recommendations, and staff will correct me if I'm incorrect, have a specific report back date, which is fine for this conversation. Mm-hmm. They're going to go away and work on this, and then this will come back on February 16th.
That is my understanding.
Thank you for letting me act this out for you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, so
can we vote on that?
Yeah.
All those in favor of the deferral electronically, and we will
thanks for your help.
Close this item. Okay.
Cameron.
That vote carries, and I turn the chair back to Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. So we're now moving on to 11.7 in our agenda, which is the winter response strategy, and there are recommendations there. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the motion on the floor for approval? Councillor Alex Wilson, seconder. Councillor Maureen Wilson. So the item is on the floor. Any questions or debate on the item?
Thank you through the chair. Just seeking some clarification on how this report lines up with the deferred report that was taken off the agenda earlier, as I see them as overlapping, and maybe that's why the other report was taken off. I noticed that the hub was not mentioned in the previous one and is mentioned in this one. Trying to get an understanding. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll try to be as quickly as possible on this. So they have some overlap, but not necessarily. So I think sometimes it's around semantics. So drop-in services, different than a winter response, although part of. And so the other report was deferred because we want to take it in a more holistic place with our look at shelters overall and where drop-ins fit in the system and where shelters fit in the system. This particular report is to address an urgent need to ensure that we don't fall in a place where there's not a warming space available, whether there be a cold alert or not, whether city facilities are open. And so it really addresses that review that was asked for in follow-up to the holiday season. And this is really about a weather response, a winter response, as opposed to the other one, which is about drop-in services overall.
Councillor?
Thank you. So I know the original proposal from HOTS was to have, hopefully we're getting the pilot going right now, and that would have been 10 spaces that were warmer. Questioning, I'm seeing 10 spaces in a recommendation A. Again, just a consideration of what is the need and how does the funding line up with that need in our community. And yeah, that's the question, just thinking about the need and what's proposed, does that meet the need?
Director?
Through the chair. And so those 10 spaces that are identified that would be provided through a city recreation center, that's based on historical information we have through our recreation colleagues with respect to how many people use warming centers provided at recreation facilities now when a cold alert happens. So it might not be the same 10 individuals, but yes, that's what that piece is about. It's ensuring that even in the event that other city facilities are closed, that we would have at least that one recreation center available where people can cycle through and come in and get warm.
Councillor?
Thank you. And then just going back to how does that line up with community need?
Okay, so to answer that question, I guess, sorry, through the chair, when we look at our community overall, when we mentioned before the 15 or 1,600 people that happen to be in touch with, connected with that homeless serving sector, those individuals include folks who are already in shelters. If we go back to the encampment situation more specifically, at any one time in our community, we probably have somewhere in the order of 40 people who are living in encampments, and of course, on a time in and out basis, but that's probably what the need is. We know that we have the hub right now providing overnight capacity on a nightly basis for drop-in warming center capacity. We also know that we have some other drop-ins available in the evenings, and so this is to augment those services that are being provided in our community already. Does it address the full need? It's hard to say. We also know that on nights when it's particularly cold, when a cold alert is in place, or even there could be other weather events that we're hearing need some places for people to go as well, that this provides some support. Folks do go to other locations as well. So we're trying to meet the need in a way that we can facilitate for this season and come back and report back to you on what we actually need in our community to ensure a winter response on an annual basis.
Councillor?
Thank you. Last question from me. Can you just clarify for my own edification, I think for the room, the difference between the main recommendation and alternative 2?
Through the chair, sorry, I need to understand exactly what the difference is here. So with respect to alternative two, really what it's limiting is that we'll have only a recreation facility that remains open as opposed to finding other providers that would be able to provide warming space as well. So recommendation one is a more fulsome approach probably and provides different opportunities for people to use different spaces that best fit their needs.
Thank you to the chair and to the director. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the motion has been moved. Any further? Councillor Cretch?
Yes, and Councillor Alex Wilson kind of already asked the questions I was going to ask, to be honest, especially the last one. I'm just suffering from a bit of confusion about maybe I thought that Okay, I think you already asked my question. I don't think I need to ask it. Sorry about that.
Nope.
No, you asked already. I'm just confused about the same thing.
Sometimes we have to read it again. Okay. Seeing no further questions, I'll call the question. Look forward to the report back in August to prepare for the next year. And that passed 5-0. Thank you. We're now moving on to a budget submission, which is before us, which is 11.8. And it is for the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee. Moved by Councillor Jackson. You scared Councillor Cretch. Councillor Cretch will second it. Any questions on it? It's pretty simple. We'll call the vote, please. And that vote carries 5-0. So now, councillors, we're going to be heading into closed session. So I need a mover and a seconder to move into closed session respecting item 15.1. Is there only one item? Yep. So 15.1 and 15.2. Thank you. Pursuant to section 9.1 subsection B, H, and I of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 239.2 subsection B, H, and I of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employees, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the city or to a local board of Canada, province or territory or crown agency of any of them, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the city or the local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or persons of an organization. Moved by. Question for Councillor Cretch.
I just have a question before we do anything else. I'm going to ask the same question I asked yesterday. Just ask it again now. Are either of these items in some way non-time sensitive? I'm just mindful of the time of day it is, and I think almost everyone, maybe everyone here is at both committees today. So I'm just being mindful of that, mindful of staff. So is there any chance one of these could be moved to any other day besides today?
So through the chair, both of them have some time sensitivity. The first one I actually believe is going to be a fairly quick discussion overall. The second one is tied to the RHI money we spoke to before, and there's time limitations for us with respect to entering an agreement with CHMC to agree to even receive the money. So I would say the second report we do need to discuss tonight for sure. The first one, ideally we would, because there's implications for the staffing person that we need to resolve as a result of their contract.
So we're moving in camera.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure, you can.
Okay, what about number 2 just being done at council instead of being done here? Like, could we just, because we're going to ratify it at council anyways, could we just not discuss it in council at camera? Like, it's the same timeline.
I would recommend that we deal with it and make a recommendation to council. Historically, standing committees provide the recommendation to council. It's very rare that we defer something directly to council.
If I may, historically, we would only do that if, for some reason, the committee hadn't met. The idea is that ENC, all the standing committees, their mandate is to do the work that you're doing tonight and then bring that to council.
Thanks. My last comment is these various permutations of timings and meetings and lengths, I think, will be addressed at some point in the future. And this is all good evidence for that discussion. So thank you.
No, and I agree with you. I think today was extraordinary because there was an awful lot of delegates and really good discussion back and forth between the delegates and the councillors. Okay, I still need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Tom Jackson, seconded by, I'll second it. Call the vote, please, to go on camera. Members of the public are advised that during the closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving to a closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting. The committee clerk will send an email to all external participants and staff when we are returning to open session so that you may rejoin the WebEx to participate. As well, any staff that are not directly related to the in-camera items are also now asked to please exit the WebEx meeting. Sorry, we're going in camera. Yep, thank you. Have a good night. He's a good guy. Well, it'll reflect that in a vote. I know it took long today, guys. Okay, so we're live and we're back in open session. And I'm dealing with item 15.1, which is the Housing Stability Benefit Team Staffing HSC 23005 citywide. A, that the direction provided to staff in closed session respecting report HSC 23005 Housing Stability Benefit Team Staffing be approved. And B, that the report HSC 23005 respecting Housing Stability Benefit Team Staffing remain confidential. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. We'll call the vote, please. And that vote carried 5-0. Thank you, councillors. And now I'm moving on to item 15.2, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC, Rapid Housing Initiative, RHI, Round 3, HSC 20056C, item 15.2. We gave direction to staff and the matter is being referred to the council meeting. Oh yes, thank you. We're moving to receive and refer. Thank you. Who wants to move that? Councillor Kretsch. I'm surprised you didn't do two hands. Councillor Alex Wilson. And the vote is open. That carried 5-0. Now it's time for other items of business. If not, I'd like a mover and a seconder to move adjournment. By Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Cameron Kretsch. Any debate? Seeing none, let's have the vote. Councillors, I know it was a long day, but we had a lot of complex stuff that we were dealing with, so thank you for your participation. Tried, but that vote carried 5-0. We are adjourned.